family. Check in. I hear some feedback.
Shining wisdom's light, teaching soul tribe how to see through the night. Ancient scriptures and bloodlines she knows, spreading truth wherever she goes. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day.
So, hi, family. Welcome. This is Dr. Kia Pruitt. As you know, welcome to the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show. I'm so excited and I'm so happy to hear y'all. You can hear me clearly now. All right. Thank goodness. Thank God. Join us. Come on in. I'm going to add Instagram back here. Make sure they're not causing any problems in the background. It wasn't the Instagram people, it was the Instagram link for some reason, adding them here. You can hear me very clearly. Praise God. All right. I'm so excited. Welcome again. So, family, today we're going to talk about something that's very, very important to us because we've been in the middle of a war. And since we've been in the middle of a war, we need to learn how that war was started and how we have now regained our freedom, our sovereignty, our prosperity, global peace, and wealth. Even though with your eyes, it may not seem that way, our prosperity and freedom has been restored. So I have on today a special guest by the name of Jacob Bey. Jacob Bey is, and he says, I don't know why you call me this, but he is a master teacher. He understands and overstands more science, numerology, astrology, astronomy, gematria, and codes. And he has been whispering in my ear for the last couple of years saying, Dr. Pruitt, you're spot on about this, that, and the other. And then there are sometimes he said, hey, you need to modify this, or this is what's really going on. You are on the right path, but there's some more information you need to know. So I would always tell you, or often say, there's a Morris brother that's been giving me a lot of intel behind the scenes because he understands gematria, secret codes, how the Freemasons work, how the Skull and Bones, the Black nobility, and the Boule work together to enslave the planet, and how it is that they've come to be, and how they are actually the minions of some other forces, extraterrestrial or other beings that are actually pulling their strings to control the planet. Well, he has let me know that these control methodologies like rituals and spells and words and using letters and numbers and sigils or symbols to keep us enslaved and keep us walking around with our eyes closed had now been reversed. He's the one that told me anytime you see an H in certain rituals or in certain publications, that H means there's a reversal of a plot that was implemented to destroy us. So I've been trying to explain this to the best of my ability, but family, I don't know like he knows what's really going on behind the scenes. So keep checking in, family. Let us know that you can hear us. Yes, thank God humanity is being free. I see all of you all checking in from all over the planet. We saw Princess Elizabeth in the house. I miss her so much. We're going to bring her back in because Princess Elizabeth is actually over the Rodriguez Trust and some other trusts, the St. Germain Trust, the King Solomon Trust, and all those trusts that will be released to release massive wealth on the planet. And I've also run that by my special guest tonight. So without any further ado, I want to present to you my special guest. He, is a little not sure if he's going to bring up come on, show his face, but I'm going to bring a picture of him because of what he knows and what he's been telling me. He tries to keep his identity sacred. But if he feels compelled and the spirit leads him to come on, and show his face, he will. But let me go ahead and show you a picture of him because I really, really want to let you all know who this gentleman is and, how important he has been for our soul tribe. I'll bring his picture up in a minute, but before I do that, let me welcome Jacob Bey. Brother Jacob Bey, welcome to the Soul Tribe. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for inviting me on.
You're welcome. Listen, you understand and overstand what's been going on behind the scenes, and you've let me know that under no uncertain terms that this war is real between humanity and the deep state. Can you see me clearly, Jacob?
Yes, I can. And I can hear you clearly.
You can? Okay.
Yeah.
Family, can you hear me clearly? All right. Jacob Bey, I'm just going to open up this conversation, starting off with what happened on Thanksgiving Day with the shooting at the White House, which led to President Donald Trump shutting down the White House, his administration shutting down the White House, and really clamping down on the deep state and clamping down on these nefarious powers that have enslaved the planet. That just happened a few days ago. So I'm just setting the framework. That situation and event, as well as other modern events, have caused a lot of people to be in fear and in panic and concerned and worried because it looks like, our country is under siege. But you've let me know that a lot of these things have been reversed. So I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to yield the floor to you so that you can start wherever it is you want to start. And I have the notes here. I can bring up pictures and I can bring up a lot of the information that you shared with me. So welcome to the Soul Tribe. Introduce yourself and take it away.
Okay. On Thanksgiving Day, there were several things that happened that day.
Yes.
But we need to go backwards a little bit.
Okay.
And what's really happening is this is the death of Washington, D.C. And that's why on the 51st day, since they had the so-called government shutdown, on the 51st day, that's when they had the funeral for Dick Cheney, who was the 46th vice president, and he worked under the 41st president, George H.W. Bush.
Okay.
And there's that H again, H.W. When that happened on the 51st day, it was symbolic of letting you know this is the death of D.C., as in Dick Cheney.
Oh.
And Dick Cheney was best known for his company called Halliburton. There's the H again, right?
Yes.
And he worked with George Bush during the whole Desert Storm thing, which was about 30-something years ago, 32 years ago. And that was called the Desert Storm or Iraq War or whatever. And that's why they keep on talking about this Iraqi dinar now. So it was the death of DC. Now, if numerology, 7 means completion. So 7 days after the 20th would have been Thanksgiving Day, as in the death of these National Guards or whatever. And that's why they had the shooting that day, letting you know we got to keep the flag at half staff, because that corporate flag also means death. I'll explain that later. Okay. So that same day when they had Turkey Day, as you may call it, and remember, just a few days prior or a day prior to, Donald Trump and Melania Trump pardoned those turkeys named Wobble and Gobble. Well, Wobble is 23. That's W. W is 23, and G, as in Gobble, is 7, and 7 and 23 is 30. And 30 is the power of 3. That's the Trinity, right?
Right.
So it was some symbolism going on with that too.
Okay.
But that day of Thanksgiving Day, they had 6 games being played on the NFL. And everything that was being played that day was related to the land and to the Moors. And I'll start off with the first game was Green Bay, as in B-E-Y. And green is the land versus the Detroit Lions. Lion is the king, right?
Yes.
Second game was the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas represents the single 5-pointed star. And who did they play again? Dallas Cowboys, who did they play?
Who did Dallas play? Do y'all know, family, who the Dallas Cowboys played?
It'll come right back up. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Because I'm going to bring all this together. Let me see.
Who did they play? They didn't play the Chiefs, did they?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Chiefs.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
Don't it though?
Yeah, it really does.
Chiefs are the indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Then the third game was the Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore
right?
Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens. And they played the Cincinnati Bengals. Bengal is also a tiger. Tiger is the king of the jungle. Lion is the king of the safari, right?
Yes.
And so they have those games going on, letting you know that everything is returning back to the land. And the death of DC. So if everything is in threes, 3 days after that shooting, which is today, Pope Leo the 14th signs this document. And it's really restoring the people back to where we reign again forever, and that there will be peace forever, right?
Okay.
And when he signed it, and I sent that to you, he signed it on November the 30th. Now I'm gonna tell you what November 30th is. It's the 11th month and the 30th day. 11 and 30 is 41. Now let me tell you what 41 means.
You gotta tell them, because I've been wanting to tell people, but I didn't know how it would sound. What is 41?
Everybody, if you have a pen and paper, you can write this down. But if you have your fingers and your toes, get ready to count, because all you're doing is just counting letters with the numbers.
Yeah.
So 41 means K-I-N-G. So king, K is the 11th letter. I is the 9th letter. So 11 plus 9 is 20. N is the 14th letter. 20 plus 14 is 34. And G is 7.
Okay.
34 plus 7 is 41.
41.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So today is 11:30, right? That's 41.
Yes,
so what Pope Leo was doing today, Pope Leo the 14th, which is the opposite. You talking about reversing spells, which is the opposite of 41. And I don't want to sound like, any certain kind of way, but just letting 14. You know that 41 means king, and the opposite is 14, and 14 means white supremacy.
Okay, wait a minute. 41 is equivalent to king.
14. And 14 means white supremacy.
So whenever we see the number 41, we know they're referring to the kings or the people on the land. And whenever we see 14 in their rituals or in their publications or in mainstream media, they're saying white supremacy. Okay, yeah. It's a reversal. Okay,
it's a reversal.
Okay.
And you know how I got that? I'm going to tell you, it was like, God speaks to me in so many ways, but I was reading Genesis 1:26, and it says, God said, let us make mankind in our image. Well, I was like, wait a minute. An image is nothing but a reflection in the mirror. As Michael Jackson says, man in the mirror. I'm talking to the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to make a change. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change, right? So the man in the mirror is the opposite of you. So if you're the king and you hold up the 41 in the mirror, it's going to reflect back as a 14. Who's opposite of you? Well, what's opposite of a so-called black man or a Moor is a Caucasian. And there's nothing derogatory. It's just that's what it is, right?
And white supremacy is actually an ideology that was put into our reality by the Black nobility
Come
to
on.
cause confusion. Can you
Come
talk about
on.
the ideology and then go forward?
Yeah. So let me tell you too. Let me see. I think I sent you the link on that.
Okay.
But
Somebody
I'm
is
going to
saying,
read it.
please
I'm
hold
going to
on.
read it to you.
They're saying, please screen share. We'll screen share some things because he did send me links. But I know you want to know why he's not showing his face, but we do have a picture of him because this is what's best for right now. He may change his mind, a little later on the podcast. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all bear with me. I'm getting used to this, and let me get a little comfortable. And y'all may see everything, but right now, let me read the 14 words. Okay.
Before you do that, somebody said, "Oh my God, this is Miss G 1969. Oh my God, I just added King." What she say? I just added King to the gematria calculator, and it is 41.
Thank you, Miss G 1969.
Yes.
And 69 means a reversal, just so you know.
Okay.
So the 14 words of white supremacy is: we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. It's 14 words. And watch this. The headquarters for the KKK is in Pulaski, Tennessee, right?
Yes.
Right before you get to the state line of Alabama, right? And it's right off of exit 14, right? Now, the state line of Tennessee and Alabama. So the white supremacists had to be supreme to Allah, A-L-A, as in Alabama.
Wow.
That's why they put it there, right?
Okay.
But what's crazy is the exit prior to that exit 14 is Mooresville, and the exit after that exit is Ardmore. So they had to be supreme to the Moors.
Whoa. Okay. And who is they? Who is that?
Right.
The people
KKK.
in control?
KKK.
Okay. And wait till you got to drop the truth on who's underneath those hoods in the KKK. But go ahead.
All right. So like I said, this is the depth of it all, and that's why you got Pope Leo the 14th. And when he signed this document, he wrote Matthew 5:9 on that document. Okay. And what's 5 plus 9?
14.
Right.
So I'm going to acknowledge the comments and the blessings. Thank you, I Carrie, and the contributions a little later. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
okay.
Jacob.
So if you show, you have some of those images and you can show the actual document, it's in your email. But okay. Yeah, it's in your email.
Which images would you like for me to show?
The one that talks about Pope Leo. I think that's in your subject, so they can really see this.
Okay, let me see which one. Let's see. Area 51, not that one. Pope Leo. Okay, you ready for me to bring it up now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, what were you saying? You about to tell us more about this Pope? Which Pope?
Pope Leo the 14th.
The 14th. Okay, here we go. All right. You see this is a writing. You want that one, or you want me to scroll down?
Scroll and see what else comes up, because that's the actual document, and I don't know if it's legible to your people. But at the very bottom, you see it's signed by the Pope. You can or you can't.
I can read it. I read it. Yes.
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
On the first day of my visit to Lebanon, one of two countries that I am writing on this first apostolic voyage in my pontificate, I happily wish many blessings. upon all the people of Lebanon, praying that peace will reign. Neo PP the 14th, November 30th, 2025. This was today?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Peace will reign, right? So it's a transition of the guard. And then you know they're transitioning from white supremacy to the crown. And who's the crown? The American people. Okay. And we're also leaving the period of death. Yeah, now check that next picture out. And please do me a favor. Everybody who's watching this thing, count how many people are right there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Correct.
So they were letting you know this was a ritual of the end of white supremacy. How you like that?
Wow. Oh, before you go on, what is white supremacy? Unless you want me to hold that question, I can't.
No. It's an ideology, okay. And you have to understand it was three things. Everything is in three, so it was three things that were created in the year 1871. And you've talked about it on your show before, and I've talked about it with you. Yes. 1871 was the year that they came up with the NRA, the National Rifle Association, the KKK, and the second Constitution of the United States government, right?
Yes.
And watch this, United States government, USG. Guess who was the president?
Who?
USG, Ulysses S. Grant.
When are you saying he was the president? In 1871?
1871.
USG, United States government. Wow.
Ulysses S. Grant.
Wow.
Everything I'm telling you can cross-reference. That's why I was hoping that, the people can look it up, right?
Yes.
So it's an ideology, right?
Okay.
And it really started all the way back in the year 1555. And it took 64 years to take the people who were already inhabitants of this land to get them to forget their names, their nationality, where they're from, separate them from their families, their language, their culture, everything, and just degrade them, right? Because they were getting ready for the prophecy. And the prophecy is Genesis 15:13 that reads, God said that you'll be afflicted in a land that's not yours for 400 years. So 64 years later would be the year 1619. Okay. As in August 20th of 1619. You add 400 years to that, you have 2019 as in COVID-19.
Stop it.
Right?
Yes.
And and what we've been dealing with all along is a period of death, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'll tell you what I mean by that too.
Okay.
You have to understand that certain people existed 4,000 years before Christ and 2,000 years after, right? And what is it called? AD? 2,000 years AD? Yes. What is A? 1, D is 4. Ain't that 14?
14. Stop. I'm done. I'm done.
And we're dealing with the period of death, right? Yes. Now, why am I saying this? Now, if you go into Matthew 28:20, Jesus said, I'll be with you till an end of an age. So Jesus, the age was Pisces. Jesus was a fisherman of men. That's why, you see what I'm saying? And the fish belongs to the water. And we've been dead and lost at sea.
The fish is equivalent to the age of Pisces and the age of religion.
Come on, that's what it was. Right? And if you want to really get deep about this, did I say it took 64 years to get you to forget your name, your nationality, and everything else? And they said that the very first slave ship, which was nothing but a lie, that whole middle passage or whatever, that was a lie. 64, then they give you Jesus. JES in Hebrew means a gift of God. So they would give you a gift of their God. And I'm not trying to get anyone to get out of all this Jesus, whatever. If you believe what you believe, I know him to be Yeshua. But if you believe what you want to believe, think about this. That name or that J, the letter J, only existed for 497 years. Right? So what happened is Jesus said, I'll be with you till the end of the age of Pisces, right? And that's why we've been dealing with death. Everything has been death. Think about this. If you're dead and lost at sea, when you were first born into this world, you know, have you ever seen the image of the stork carrying the baby at the post office?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're born, the stork takes the baby and carries you over the water. And he takes you all the way out to the Vatican, where all the souls are kept. Because you're considered to be dead and lost at sea. So when your mom and dad signed that birth certificate, what happened was the government or your local newspaper put the announcement in the public notices. The public notices where they have property, marriages, deaths, obituaries, but they also have births, right? So they gave you notice that this baby was born, right? And if nobody came to claim their property after 30 days, then the government would do what? Create a short form birth certificate and put that name in all capital letters, just like RIP on the tombstone, and you're considered to be dead, right? Now, you're government property now. So now that the government had to make you so-called a ward of the state, then they're required to give you a social security number and everything else, right?
Yes.
So you're dead and lost at sea. Now, you're not considered to be lost at sea until the age of 7. And guess what? Isn't that the year that most people go to the first grade? At the age of 7?
6 and 7. Yes.
6 and 7. No, normally,
6,
right?
6, 7.
6 and 7, right?
Yes.
Now, think about this. You have to be dead in a dead state at all times. So when you go to first grade, elementary school, the first thing they taught you to do was do the Pledge of Allegiance, right?
Yes.
And you do what when you say the Pledge of Allegiance? You put your hand over your heart,
hand on your heart.
to suppress your heartbeat to make you dead.
Oh my God. Now, why would they do that?
Because you have to be dead before they can start teaching you, before they can start doing rituals.
Oh my God.
You with me?
This is very sobering. Okay.
So the first ritual is to cast a spell. So what was the first thing they taught you to do?
Spelling.
They taught you how to cast a spell by teaching you spelling. That's what they did. So once they cast the spell to put you in a dead state, then they could do whatever they wanted to do with you at that point. And you were dead. Your soul belonged to the Vatican, and you had no more rights. That's why in law, that's called silver leader mortuus. You're dead in the eyes of the law. And if you're dead, you know when you're in the hospital and someone says, "Oh, go get my pastor so he can read me my last rites," because when you're dead, you have no rights.
Jeez.
Only the living. So it goes all the way to the courtroom. Think about this, and that's necromancy. You know, it's a magical spell to summons the dead to make the spirit appear and to make the body rise. That's necromancy. So if that's necromancy, think about this. When you go to court, don't they send you a summons? So they summons the dead. Then they ask you to make an appearance. Well, only ghosts make appearances. Then the bailiff comes out and says, "All rise." So you just stood up because they just resurrected the dead, and that's why the judge wears a black robe, because they know they're conducting a funeral, and that's why they have church pews in the courtroom, because you had your own funeral.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. That just came out of my mind. What?
It's a ritual. That's why, and the judge is using a wooden gavel that's made out of Hollywood, which is the same thing that witches use to make magical spells, like Harry Potter. That's why they speak in Latin, ab initio, pro bono, and all this other stuff, right? Because just like in Latin, Harry Potter uses a spell when he casts something on you. It's crazy.
I wanted to learn Latin in high school because all of the smart kids took Latin, especially those that were becoming doctors and lawyers. But my counselor dissuaded me and said, "You don't want to learn Latin. That's a dead language." And I'm
That's
like,
it.
what?
It's the language of the dead. And guess what century that came out in?
Where?
The 4th century. And 4 means dead.
Mm.
How you like that?
Deep. Deep.
So let me go back again, because I said they add 400 years to 1619. You got 2019, as in COVID-19. And you remember during COVID-19, what did they say to do? They said wear a mask, right?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
when you're around dead stuff, you wear a mask, so you don't smell the infections. You don't get contaminated, right? Then they said stand 6 feet apart. You remember that at the grocery stores and everywhere else?
I do.
Well,
I do.
ain't a casket 6 feet down.
6 feet under. That's what they say. When you're dead, you're 6 feet under.
Right? So it was all a ritual of death, okay? Because we were transitioning. It was like going from death into purgatory, and from purgatory into everlasting life.
Wow.
See, if you go back to the picture I sent you again, right?
Okay.
If you go back to the pictures of the Pope, look at the last picture in that group, and look at what he's doing.
All right. They said you dropping all kind of jewels, Jacob.
Well, thank you, y'all.
Okay, let me see.
That one?
Is this it here? Yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. Look at the bottom of that. Scroll up a little bit. See that?
Scroll up.
He's giving life to the tree of life.
Whoa.
Water to the tree of life. Because no more death, we're going into everlasting life. And we're going into God's law, which is nature. Nature. That's why he's putting water on the tree.
That's deep. So this a reversal? That's the reversal of death.
Reversal of death.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going back to the land, and the tree represents the land. And you know what another name for land is? M-O-O-R.
More.
More means land.
Oh.
See, they did away with what they call Project Sandman. Sandman were the pirates at sea. And the pirates at sea are not supposed to come onto the land. They're only supposed to go as far as the sand. They're not supposed to be on your land, just the sand. If you ever watch any of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, they're not really supposed to go past the sand.
But also Project Sandman was that agreement between 209 nations to stop trading with the dollar and use their own currencies. How does that tie to what's happening now?
Okay, so it's going back to that whole white supremacy thing.
Oh, okay.
What's going on is anything that got an old Caucasian man's face on it got to go away. Anything. So if it's the fiat that you're using, all that has to go, right? All of it. And what was really going on is that the money that we're going to, and you know this better than anybody else, is God's money, which is gold and silver, right?
Mhm.
And now copper, right? And the
Yes.
reason why is because in the Bible it talks about the descendants of Abraham are the heirs to the world. Well, who's on the copper-colored penny? Abraham.
Abraham
Right?
Lincoln.
Now let's get deep with it. Now you heard me say 41. So if you add a nickel, dime, and quarter, it's 40 cents. But when you add the copper colored penny, it's what? 41.
Wow.
Right? And when
Yes.
Donald Trump says make America great again, right? He's putting the Americans back into the equation. Because before we were just US citizens, as in the United States. And if you say United States, U is 21, S is 19, that's 40. So that's a trial period. Just like the 40 years of Jesus in the wilderness, just like Noah, you know, on 40 days and 40 nights, and just like Moses 40 years in the wilderness, and then you go into the 400 years. It's a trial period, right? So when the trial period is over, what's the next number after 400?
401.
401, as in a 401k. And that means you got wealth coming.
And quickly, the union. Wow. The United States government officially added copper and silver to its critical mineral list just the other day. Well, on November 6th. Add copper to their critical minerals list. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead. Keep cooking.
Now, watch this. You just showed me what everybody needs to know. In the Olympics, guess what you got? What medals do you have? Gold, silver, bronze, which is copper.
Whoa.
Right?
Yes.
So everything got to go back to nature. And that's why copper is valuable, because it's the return of the copper-colored people.
Our great friend, Brother Ron, is in the house. Our mutual friend, Ron, is in the house. Hi, Ron. Okay, go ahead.
All right, brother. So what we got going on is that all this stuff is going to change, and it's changing now. And when you see those 5 rings of the Olympics, all they're talking about is the 5 civilized tribes. You're talking about the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and the Seminole. But if you do that in the Moorish Science Temple, it's the Al, Bey, Day, and Ali.
Yes.
Al, Bey, Day, Ali. That's it. Right?
Yes. I don't want to throw you off, but you mentioned something about 401. I didn't know if you want to go back to that or not.
No, I was just saying, when you have something coming back to you, money coming back, wealth coming back, you have a 401k. So let me do this. I want to talk about going back to 1619, when they first put us into captivity. And 619 is also Juneteenth, just so you know. And the very first Juneteenth is when they started with the Council of Nicaea, when they created the Bible. And they said it was 40 authors who created that Bible. And that was on Juneteenth, 325 AD. Well, when they made Juneteenth a national holiday, exactly 619,451 days later, it made it a national holiday in the year 2021. And 20 plus 21 is 41. So that's how things are changing. And before they put us into captivity in 1619, I wanted to talk about what happened with the Powhatan tribe and Pocahontas, who we know her as Pocahontas, but her real name was Matoaka, if I'm saying that, Matoaka, Matoaka, just in case somebody wants to look that up. And what happened with her is that whole story about Captain John Smith fell in love with her and all that. That was nothing but a lie. They actually kidnapped that girl, and they took that girl overseas, raped her. John Rolfe was the one who raped her, and he impregnated her to have a baby with her. And the baby's name was Thomas Rolfe. And then after the baby was born, they murdered Pocahontas. After they gave her an English or European name called Rebecca. But I don't know if you ever remember the times when Queen Elizabeth used to put that black wreath. It was the wreath of the unknown, whomever. That was the wreath of for Pocahontas. It was a celebration of Pocahontas. And what they had to do was, once the baby was born, he was the heir to what you now call the 13 colonies. And when they had the baby, what they did was they came back over to the country, to the Americas. And then they said, okay, now this child has the birthright, who is half Caucasian and half, Powhatan. Then they killed the chief of the Powhatan tribe, which was Pocahontas' father. And that was in the year 1618. Once they killed him, then Thomas Rolfe was the heir. And that's why we call him Uncle Tom.
Wow.
But that's why we call him Uncle Tom. And then they were able to come in and colonize those 13 states. And then you start having all the colonization happening from there throughout the rest of the country or United States of America. Yeah. So they had to do that in 1618 to make you prisoners of war. And I don't know if you've gone to any post office anywhere in the Americas, but the prisoners of war is short for POW.
Yes.
And that's why they got that black flag at those post offices, POW flags, because we are the original Powhatans and Moors, Powhatans. We were all there. And they have those flags letting you know that we were the prisoners of war. And it's here in a minute, those black flags are going to be removed. They should be removed this month.
Wow.
Let you know that you're no longer prisoners of war and that the land has been restored to you. See, God's covenant is what's called the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant is God's promise to restore you back to your land. Your land is called, that's the real Area 51, just so you know. In fact, if you see another one of those emails I just sent you, you can see that I show you Area 51, how they're putting up 51 in these pictures. And what 51 really means is the 50 states plus Washington, D.C.
Oh.
And that's Area 51, right?
Yes.
And when you think about Martin Luther King's very last speech, he said in Memphis, Tennessee, okay, there you go. Look at that. You see the 51 on the side, each side of the sign?
Oh, right. 50 and then 1. Yes. Right here.
Right?
On this. Yes.
That's Area 51. Now, they're having a rally in front of what monument? Isn't that the Lincoln Memorial?
Okay.
Because didn't I just say the descendants of Abraham are the heirs to the world?
Yes.
Right? And that's the state of Alabama. You see that?
Yeah. And you also told me that's the reason why President Trump always has the bust of Abraham Lincoln when he signs executive orders with him.
Correct.
Okay.
He has the bust of Abraham Lincoln, right? Who's on the copper colored penny. And we know if you add the nickel, diamond, quarter, that's 40 cents. But when you add that penny, it's 41. And 41 means king. That's why Abraham Lincoln is sitting on the throne. Who was really Abraham Africanus Lincoln? He was a Mulanjan from Kentucky.
And you taught me that Kentucky is Egypt, Kentucky and Tennessee.
Lower Egypt.
Lower Egypt.
Upper Egypt is Illinois. See, that's why Trump said, oh, we're going to send the National Guards to Chicago and Memphis, because that was as above, so below, and it was Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt.
Oh.
The land deeds to all of America are right there in Cook County, Illinois, same place where they buried Noble Drew Ali, and in the same cemetery, it was Emmett Till, which was another white supremacist ritual. Think about it. They said Emmett Till died at the age of 14 in the South in Money, Mississippi, right?
Right.
But he was born in the year 41.
What?
Died at the age of 14, right? So,
right.
Check this out. So 41, 1941, everything in threes. You're going to love this. 1941, 41 years later is what? 1982. You remember when Michael Jackson did the song E.T.? With E.T.? It was called Someone in the Dark.
Yes.
And that's when he got his 8th Grammy. Right?
Yes.
E.T. stood for Emmett Till. I hate to even tell you, but that's why they made E.T. look like when Emmett Till was all battered up. I hate to even say that, but that's what it was. So what? And everything in three. So 41 years after that would be 2023, and that's when the Emmett Till movie finally came out. They did a ritual.
I'm speechless. The Soul Tribe is saying, wow, they really appreciate this knowledge. They're loving this podcast. You're dropping jewels. They appreciate you. Oh my God. People putting diamonds in the chat. But one person said, you sound like a racist idiot.
No, it's all good. Because tell you what. Let's talk about that. Because all right, all prophecy in the Bible must be fulfilled, right? All prophecy. Even the 400-year prophecy where it says we'll be afflicted in a land that's not ours. Genesis 15:13, right? What's the average of 15 and 13 if you're doing averages? Wouldn't that be 14?
14. That's the mid, yes.
Yeah, and that 14? If you were to add 15 plus 13, you have 28. And if you divide it by 2,
that's 14.
14, right? So you're going to be afflicted in a land that's not yours for 400 years. Who had to do the afflicting? Right? Someone opposite of you. And this is not hate. This is just what it is. And when they afflicted, what affliction means, you have gatekeepers, right? The gatekeepers were doing stuff like keeping you from getting jobs, keeping you from getting housing, keeping you from getting bank loans, keeping you from getting good education, putting you into these institutions to imprison your mind and to separate you from your family, telling you that if the woman needs to be on Section 8, she can't have a man living in the house. You see what I'm saying? This was all afflicting the people to keep them separated and to keep them from rising. Right? So somebody had to do the afflicting. And they did it for 400 years. So, hey, whatever it is, you got to give these people a standing ovation because they did it. They did a damn good job of afflicting us. Now that crap is over. Over. So it's time for us to rise and check this out. You know, if our people are made of peace, love, truth, freedom, and justice, everything that's opposite of that. Okay, opposite of peace is war. So we always have war. Opposite of love is hate, right?
Yes.
Opposite of truth. Opposite of truth is lies, right?
Lie. Freedom.
Opposite of freedom is slavery.
Yes. Yes.
And opposite of what's the last one?
Love, truth, freedom, justice.
Justice is injustice.
Mm.
So
And
haven't we
peace.
experienced all that?
We have the
We,
opposite
we
of our principles, our 5 principles. Yes.
yes. So we've experienced hatred, slavery, injustice, war, and lies all this time, right?
Mm.
Now we have to go into the opposite of that, and that's love, truth, peace, freedom, and
Mhm.
justice. That's where we're at, right? So
Yes.
whoever think I'm a racist, that's fine, because I'm gonna tell you what's going on. Everybody has to go into this next phase of our lives, because in
Mm.
Revelations 21, it's that God said there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth and no more sea. No more sea.
Mm.
No more admiralty. No more
And
maritime law.
maritime law. Mm.
Right?
Mm.
And we're going back to the laws of the land. Well,
Mm.
what's the laws of the land? What is law? What is natural law? Law is land, air, and water. We're going back to what's nature.
Mm.
Right?
Yes.
And we're going back to what's called Mother Nature, because we're transitioning from old white men being in power to young melanated women being in power, or even any woman being in power. And that's okay, because the power is about love. Well, most of the love comes from those who nurture you. Most of the peace comes from the ones that nurture you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everything else comes from the women. Tell the truth more than men do, but I know some lying women, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
Okay.
We're going back to some good stuff,
Mm.
okay? And that's why if you go into Memphis, when you go into Memphis, Tennessee, Memphis in Hebrew is Egypt. It means Lower Egypt, right?
Okay.
Actually, it means the capital of Egypt, because Tennessee will now be the capital of all the world, because the government is leaving DC, and we're leaving what's called death, okay? Think about this. Egypt of the East, which is called Giza, always represented death. That's why you always heard about the tombs of
Mm.
these mummies and this, that, and the third. Egypt of the West is America. Egypt of the
Beautiful.
East is the regular pyramid, which is going, from the bottom up. Egypt of the West is the inverted pyramid. That's why when you see the African American
Oh.
Museum in Washington, D.C., you see 3 inverted pyramids that are going
Mm.
into the earth. That's the
Mm.
architecture of it. And it's copper colored.
Mm.
Then you know. Okay? So that's what's happening here. And Egypt of the West is rising. That's why they just came out with the movie Wicked. It says wicked for good. For good. G-O-O-D. G is 7, O is 15, O is 15, D is 4. That equals 41. And the wicked west, the wicked witch of the West, was the one to rise. Her name was Elphaba, as in El. I just said El, Al, Bay, Day, Ali. We're rising. And the spells are being reversed. In the land of Oz, OZ, O is 15, Z is 26, 15 plus 26 is 41. But it was the fictitious land. And we're no longer in the fictitious land. We're going back to the real world. And the real world is where God's chosen people will rise again, and they will love all in spite of themselves. I don't know. You there?
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Mm-mm.
They can't hear me.
Did you say something? I missed it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so what happened was I started buffering. I have internet service and I could see the internet is strong, but the video started buffering and then they booted me out and said something went wrong and shut me out of the video. So I had to log back into my StreamYard account to gain access to all of my platforms. So I'm here now. I'm
Okay.
back.
So Area 51. Let me talk about this Martin Luther King thing.
Okay.
In Martin Luther King's last speech before he passed away, and he got shot down. Remember, he got shot down on April the 3rd. No, his last speech was on April the 3rd, and then he got shot down the following day in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is Egypt, okay?
Mhm.
So he said, I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but one day we'll get to the promised land, right?
Yes.
So what he did was he got to the edge of the Nile River. Because
Okay.
on the edge of the Nile River, which you call the Mississippi, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's Memphis. And then when you cross over, right, you now into West Memphis. And
Okay.
West Memphis is in Arkansas.
Oh.
West Memphis is Egypt of the West. So Martin Luther King could only go as far east as he could. And 41% of the United States is on the east side of the Mississippi, the Nile River, 41, right?
Wow.
But when you add 10 to God's promise and God's word, 10 means God's promise and God's word, y'all. So if you add 10 to 41, you got 51 as an area 51. So when you cross over the Mississippi River or the Nile River, now you're in the Ark, as in Arkansas. And guess what the area code is for Arkansas? 501 as an area 51.
Wow.
And they have US Highway 51 traveling all the way up and down the Mississippi River.
Right quick, you were talking about Memphis. Didn't Elon Musk say he was going to do something in Memphis, like make it the AI capital or something like that?
Yeah. Memphis is named after Ptah Tatanen. I think that's it. And the Tatanen sounds a lot like Tennessee, right? But you remember there's a pyramid, and I don't know if I sent that to you, but there's a pyramid that's right on the edge of the Mississippi River in Memphis, right?
Okay.
And it's called Bass Pro Shop. You can pull that up. Just pull up Bass Pro Shop, Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm just going to show them right quick something you and I had talked about Memphis here, where Elon Musk finally reveals why Memphis for XAI supercomputer, why they chose Memphis. Okay. And you just told us Memphis was the capital of Egypt, right?
Yeah. Now. Okay, let's go back to the article you just threw out there. You said AI, right?
Okay.
Let's go back to numerology. Because, see, I just said Matthew 28:20. Jesus said, I'll be with you till the end of an age. He meant the end of the age of Pisces. Now we're in the age of technology, which is Aquarius, right? And AI is technology, right?
Yes.
But AI is also, do it numerically. A is 1 and I is 9. And 1 is the alpha and 9 is the omega.
Whoa.
Right?
AI
so
equals
if
19.
You go to the Memphis pyramid, it was built in the year 1991. And all that means is the first shall be last and the last shall be first.
And 1991, I mean, like 91 and 19, they're the reverse of each other.
They are, but look at it. 1991. 1 is the first, 9 is the last.
Okay.
Then the last shall be first.
Ah.
The first shall be last, the last shall be first.
Ah.
And
This right here.
And the name of the store that's inside of the pyramid is called Bass Pro Shop, right? Well, what does Bass Pro Shop deal with?
Okay.
It deals with the outdoors, it deals with camping, and it deals with fishing, right? Outdoors is land, right? No, outdoors is air. Let's do it differently. Land, air, and water. Yeah. Land, air, and water. That's law, God's law, right? Because fishing is water. Now, it's called Bass Pro Shop. BASS. B is 2. You do it with your fingers. AB, that's 2. A is 1, right? That's 3. 1 plus 2 is 3. S is 19. S is 19. 19 and 19 is 38 plus 3 is what? 41.
Yes, sir. Somebody said, I live here. He's telling the truth. Who's that? That's Sister Sheila. Wow. Thank you for the confirmation. Now, you said you wanted me to look something up. You said, you didn't know if you sent me a picture, but I can't remember what you said you wanted me to look up.
It was just looking up the Memphis Pyramid.
Oh, okay.
The Memphis Pyramid. And it was a skull and bones ritual. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it used to be the head of a crystal skull that was placed at the top of the pyramid. Right? Mm-hmm. And there was the skull of Ptah Tatnan. That was the king. Okay. That was the god of creation. Now, skull and bones. Your boy. What was that? Chief Mac was showing you the other night the skull and bones, and he showed 322.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. If anybody can pull that up, skull and bones and 322.
It was either Chief Mac or Rod Hayes.
I don't know who it was, but it had that on there. It may have been Rod Hayes, but 322. Well, the height of the Memphis Pyramid is 322 feet tall.
So what are they saying?
It's a skull and bones ritual because they had the skull. And if you look, if you fly over a pyramid, it's in the formation of an X. And the X is the skull and the bones. You got the skull and you got the bones that cross over like an X.
Here it is. The Memphis Pyramid, formerly known as the Great American Pyramid. I wanted to see. What did you say now we're looking for? Because it came up when I Googled it. Oh, yeah. How tall it is. Where is it? I'm trying to see if I could find it here. It came up in starting in 1991. They mentioned 1991. Let me see. Would you say how tall it was again?
322 feet.
Let me see if I could see. Okay.
They may have 321, but most of them going to say 322.
No, this one says 321 that I'm about to bring up. Hold on. Here. I think this one is it right here. Wikipedia, Memphis Pyramid. It is 321 feet tall and has a base size of 591 feet. It is by some measures the 10th tallest pyramid in the world. But I see it.
So you see all the below. You see a 322 down there.
I do. Okay.
Yeah. But the tallest pyramid in Giza, and you can look this up while you're up there, is 100.
Before you go on, I'm gonna go there, but before you go on, family, a lot of people are saying you dropping science that they wish they had learned in school. They're saying, wow, this is jaw-dropping information. They're shocked, they're amazed. They want you to come back on. So let me say this, family, if you want to get in contact with Jacob Bey for anything, and he is dropping a book coming out very, very soon, like you might want to get on that pre-order list, you can contact him at dejourlaw33@gmail.com. That's DEJURELAW 33 gmail.com. Also, if you really enjoy this message and you like to support his work, you can send him a gift and a donation to continue on his work and also to publish his book. And that gift to where the place you can send the gift is through Cash App, and that would be $ all rights reserved, $Allrightsreserved, all rights reserved. All right, what were you going to say? And I also have that information on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Okay, excuse me for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was going to say something about the tallest pyramid over in Giza.
Yes.
It's 146 meters tall.
Okay.
So that's Egypt of the East.
Hmm.
So if you reverse it, what you got? If you reverse 146, what do you have?
641.
So look at where U.S. Highway 641 runs. It connects to Tennessee and Kentucky, which is Lower Egypt.
Mm.
So they're letting you know Egypt of the West. And in fact, right in front of the Pyramid of Giza is a Kentucky Fried Chicken. So they're letting you know, there's a connection between Kentucky and America.
1 second, while you dropping jewels, you dropping fire. Here's a gentleman, because somebody has said you were racist. This is Mango Dog 1450 says, "Look, I'm white and I believe the truth that he speaks."
Thank you, brother.
So he's saying, look, this man is dropping gems. It is not about being racist. It's just about telling the truth about what's been going on with the enslavement of the people here in the Americas. And, the thing about enslaving the people here in America is when you know that this is Egypt and this is the beginning of where everything started. The enslavement of the people here started with us and it expanded. But the good news is the liberation of the indigenous autogenous people here in America leads to the freedom and liberation of the whole planet. Am I right? And even if I'm not, please interject.
Well, on November 12th of this year is when the United States Mint stopped printing the penny, right?
Uh-huh.
And if everything is in threes, 30 days later would be December the 12th, which is 1212. And 12 times 12 is 144. And 140, and that's the 144,000 that it speaks of in the Bible. And it's really the chosen people. That's the 144,000. And they had to take the penny out of circulation because the copper colored penny no longer belongs to the United States government. They were still in our credit, and the penny was the credit. They never taught you when you were a little kid to save a nickel, dime, and a quarter. They only taught you to save the penny because the penny was the value. All that other stuff was worthless.
And I believe they were dropping codes when they said that the United States is adding copper to its critical minerals list.
Yeah, well, we're the copper. We're the critical minerals. We're the critical minerals.
Woo. Somebody asked, why did Trump move the space command from Colorado to Alabama?
Allah. God's land. That's why you got an Alaska in the north and you have an Alabama in the south, because it's as above, so below. Allah above, Allah below. I hope I answered that. Doc, you there? (322) Skull and Bones. I see you. It's all been a Skull and Bones ritual, and and it's no more death. I mean, you remember when they talked about George Herbert Walker Bush being a part of the Skull and Bones Society? What they used to do was get a brother off the streets and throw something over his head, like they were kidnapping him, and then they would bring him into their secret society meetings, and they would say, they would then take the blindfold off, and they said, "This is your father, and it's your duty to never let him rise." Right? And that was all part of the Masonic ritual, because we all had to be a part of the death period. And some people want to call it the Illuminati. But if you talk about the Illuminati, it means that I'm going to allow, this is the power of the industry, whether it's the entertainment business, the music industry, acting and all that, or if you're in the sports field, basketball, NBA, NFL. I'm going to allow you to illuminate, but you have to sacrifice somebody you love, or sacrifice your dignity or your wealth, so you can illuminate during the period of death. And that's all that was. So that's why everybody had to take a Skull and Bones hit or an Illuminati hit, and that's what happened. Bill Cosby, Sean Combs, you go all the way down the line, and that's it. Dr. Kia, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You were gone.
Okay, sorry. I had to get rid of somebody who was cussing in the chat and calling people N-words.
Wait, yeah, I saw that. I see it now.
Close the other screen, Dr. Pruitt. Do I have another screen up, y'all? Okay. Wait a minute. I don't know which screen. I don't see another screen, family. Let me know what other screen you're talking about that I need to close.
Well, whoever. Yeah.
They want you to have a channel on YouTube. I don't see the other screen. Somebody said Kanye West pointed this all out. Love being Nubian, this guy here, can you get rid of him? Snafu, the hateful, it keeps using the N-word. I'm trying to get to his, for some reason I can't get rid of him. Can you get rid of him? It's almost like he must be a plant, because there's no place here to get rid of him, like if everybody else, if you want to get rid of them.
Well, let's think about the Bible in itself. The Bible is about balance. And it's balance in the universe. And half of the Bible talks about what's good, and the other half talks about what's evil, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this guy who keeps on putting up all these posts talking about whatever, he's just part of the other half of the Bible.
Okay.
And he's part of the balance in the universe, because you got to have some of that. I hate to say it, but you do. And we're fine, because when they start talking about Armageddon and the apocalypse and all that stuff and the end of days, they're talking about the end of days for a certain group of people, and he's one of them. Whoever got that post up, he's one of them. He knows it.
Okay, I just went to Rumble and got rid of him. Okay, go ahead.
And it's a new beginning, because you'll have your heaven on earth. So it's a new beginning for those who are chosen to be chosen. We good. He knows where he's supposed to be. So keep posting, brother. We love where you at. But if you decide to change your mind, we love you too. Because it ain't about that for me.
Somebody wants to know, can you talk about the Black Boule? Because, we were talking about white supremacy actually being an ideology, and how some of the Freemasons and secret society members, while some of them are light-skinned or European descent, others are dark-skinned. They're the black nobility. So who are these people called the Boule?
Well, the Boule is another secret society that's designed to only allow certain people to rise that are melanated people, and their job is to keep you from rising. Because like Jesse Jackson was part of that boule, and Jesse Jackson was the one who coined the phrase African American, which is really about dual citizenship, and it's nothing about claiming your land. You know what I'm saying? So as long as they can keep on giving you these other titles that keep you from identifying with the land of the Americas, they can keep on raping you and doing all this other stuff to you to keep you from being able to make any justified claims, like the Washita Moors.
Are you familiar with Empress Verdiasi Gaston L. Turner Bey that took the United States corporation to court on behalf of the indigenous, more so-called Black people here in America?
Yeah, see, one of the first things they taught you in elementary school, and I don't know if it was elementary or what was that after? It wasn't middle school, it was like intermediate school or whatever. I don't know. It was something between elementary and middle school, but I guess around fourth, fifth grade, they were teaching you about the Louisiana Purchase.
They
right?
sure were. They sure were.
And the whole thing about the Louisiana Purchase, they were trying to say that they had bought Napoleon Bonaparte had bought all that land that went from Louisiana all the way into Canada, which was a lie. All he bought were military barracks and Bourbon Street, right? And they lied to try to get you away from trying to claim all that land that's called the Louisiana Purchase, because all that land belongs to the Washita people.
And who are the Washita people?
The Washita people are the oldest indigenous people on the planet, and they're called Moors, Muurs, and your so-called first president of the United States Corporation was named after Washita. That's why they called him Washington. And right, the main road that goes through Shreveport, Louisiana, is Washington Boulevard, because they know what it's about. And they had to make a claim to it everywhere they could. So they had to do the trilogy: Washington, D.C., then they did the same down in Washington, in Louisiana, with Washington Boulevard. And then they went all the way to Washington State, which is the Republic.
Wow. Somebody
so even if you did that, watch this, Doc. Watch this,
okay,
Doc. Even if you did that, let's connect the dots. Let's connect the dots. Make the dot go from Washington, D.C., draw a line all the way down to Louisiana, and then draw a line all the way up to Washington State. And what does that make a form of?
I don't know.
A V. You go from the north to Washington, D.C., all the way down to Louisiana.
Oh, yeah. In fact,
they come all the way up to Washington State, which is the far west.
And
it's the shape of a V, as in Egypt of the West.
Hit that like button, family, and show Brother Jacob Bey some love. Put some ones in the chat. I tell you, ones and fire emojis in the chat if you're enjoying this lesson tonight. And if you desire to support him, then you can send a donation to $ all rights reserved. That's ALLRIGHTS RESERVED. All rights reserved. He's going to keep cooking, and then he's going to answer some questions, and he's going to tell us about his book and how you can get on that list, that waiting list for his book that he's going to publish. All right, keep going, keep cooking.
Well, think about this. The founding fathers of the United States Corporation was Samuel Adams, and then they talk about Uncle Sam. Why do they call it Sam? Because if you reverse Sam
Mas
is Mas, and Mas in Spanish is more in English. So they, like I
Wow.
said, they're opposite of you. And even your largest retailer in the Americas is Walmart, which we know is in reverse, is nothing but martial law, right?
Right.
But the owner of Walmart was Sam Walton. Guess what
Mhm.
his middle name is? Moore.
What? More? No way. No way. Mm.
So they've been doing these spells all along,
Mm.
all along.
Why does it seem like all this is about the indigenous people?
It's not all about the indigenous, but the indigenous must rise, and that's when they start talking about the return of Christ. They're talking about the return of your Christ consciousness, and I don't know how many people are experiencing a lot of earwax starting to come out of their ears, and somebody who's going to be a smart ass on this chat may say something about, oh, you just got dirty ears. No, once your pineal gland starts to decalcify, you're going to
Mhm.
start, it has to decalcify, and it has to come out of your body at some point. So the way it
Wow.
comes out is through your ears.
Wow.
And that's your third eye starting to come back in line with the universe.
Mm.
So people
Mm.
saying, "Oh my God, why am I having all this earwax and this, that, and the third? And then why am I? My ears are starting to ring. You're starting to, your frequencies are starting to become elevated, and you're waking up. Because see, you were asleep for 400 years,
Mm.
and it took somebody who was already awake to wake you up. You remember when you were a little girl, your mama used to say, "Kia, get up, it's time to go to school," right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, somebody had to be already woke to wake you up to make sure that you go to school, because she knows if you miss school, you're not going to get the education you need. You may miss, the little meal they give you in the morning. You need to be there on time so these things can happen, so you can have a good day.
Okay.
Well, somebody like you and somebody even like myself has to be awakened so we can wake the others up.
Oh wow.
And that's all it is. And the bell has rung. You know why they cracked the Liberty Bell? They cracked the Liberty Bell because see those frequencies, it messed with the hybrid. It
Okay.
messed with them. I don't want to sound like this, but it really got rattled them where they couldn't do the things they needed to do to you. So the bell is now returning and the frequencies are coming back online, and everything is about music, about
Okay.
love, about good energy, about frequency.
Mhm.
When you had Chief Mack on earlier, brother man was on his piano and he was breaking that down about those frequencies, right?
Yes.
Right. And I told you that the capital of the world, the new world's commerce, is going to be in Tennessee, and
Mhm.
Memphis and Nashville are the main two cities that are going to be running it. Nashville is nicknamed as what? Music City.
That's right.
And they have a
That's right.
highway called 440 that runs right through it. The highest frequency of music is 440 frequencies.
Wow. Wow. Somebody said, I love Earth, Wind, and Fire, the music group.
Right. And then 441, that's 400 years plus the 41, right? That you'll have your crown.
Mm-hmm.
441 means the Jubilee, right? So the Jubilee singers are based out of where? Nashville, Tennessee, right?
Mm.
And they even
Okay.
have a new stadium, an old stadium and a new stadium that's now facing from the east to the west, Egypt of the West, called
Mm.
Nissan Stadium. Nissan in Hebrew means the Jubilee.
Wow.
Or the return of the harvest, the return of the harvest.
Mm.
So, and you were talking about the 49 years and then the 50th year you harvest. That's all this is.
You have a big Jubilee celebration on the 50th year. Every 7
Girl,
years. every 7 years you free the slaves. You get rid of all debts. This is according to our ancient indigenous cultures and Hebrew cultures. Every 7 years you free the slaves. You get rid of all the debts. Then you count 7 times 7. You do it on the 49th year, but then on the 50th year you do a great big celebration.
Correct. Now, you see what they're trying to do with the mortgages, right?
What's that?
They're trying to make a mortgages 50 years versus a 30-year mortgage, right? But
Chief Mac in the house. Chief Mac said me and bro need to talk and do a show together. He's talking about
much love, brother. But you know, in the 50 years, now watch this. Like I said earlier, a mortgage means a dead pledge. Who's the dead? The more who's dead. Mortgage, mortuary, mortician, the more who is dead, right? Yes. So if the more is dead, they want to pledge the body for 50 years. Because in a cemetery, the cemetery only has the lease to the cemetery land for 50 years. They trying to make you dead again. But see, this is not for everybody. Because if the land is going to be restored back to the American people, and if you look at the definition of American, the 1828 definition of American is the copper-colored people. But guess what day it was published?
What?
April the 14th. Ain't that 414? 41 forward and 41 in reverse.
Whoa. This is wow. Okay, let me just bring up the Webster's definition because I'm done with this. I often talk about it. Let me see if I can find that. Here it is. 1828 Webster's definition of American. American, noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. All right.
Do you see where it was published?
Let me see. Does it say it here?
Go back and try to find it as April 14th, 1828, definition of American.
Okay, April 14th, 1828, Webster's. Okay. Of American. Okay. Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Let me make sure it came up on your end. I don't know if y'all could see the Webster's 1828 Dictionary of the English Language. No. I don't know if that's it. April 14th is the anniversary of the publication of Noah Webster's famous dictionary, which bore the deliberately patriotic title, An American Dictionary of the English Language.
And that's something too?
See.
That's cool.
It is. Okay.
You know what's crazy?
What's
go
that?
Ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You go. I'll remember.
No, you don't want me to do this because I'm about to have a little rant. You go ahead.
Okay, please remember. I was going to tell you that I had told you that sometimes when I tell people about the 1828 Webster's definition of American, while most people are appreciative that I'm saying that it's talking about the copper-colored races, I will have people that will literally go off on me in the comment section saying, it doesn't matter. Why are you always talking about your people or the copper-colored races? It doesn't matter. We all were enslaved. We all need to be free. Well, who cares about your history? Just let it be. And I'm like, why is it not right for me to talk about, the original definition of American? And why is it not right for me to talk about the Washington Empress taking the deep state to court and winning her claims in the amount of $85 quadrillion? And so I just want you to address that, for at least maybe I should say it. I don't think talking about my bloodline makes me a bad person.
Well, let's say this. You think about every set of people out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every last one of them. We're the only people that had to be reclassified every 20 to 30 years. So we would keep on forgetting who the hell we are. See, you call Moors in the Geneva Bible that preceded the King James Version, right?
Okay.
And just to note, King James had 3 Bibles, 14 years preceding that were on demonology, right? So you were Moors before you were called Negro, colored, African American, black, or whatever, right? And they had to keep reclassifying you. Nobody else has been reclassified. And we fell right into the trap. Oh, what they calling us this year? Oh, we ain't Negro no more. Okay, we're gonna be colored. Oh, we ain't colored no more. We're gonna be black. Oh, we ain't black no more. We're gonna be Afro-American. What the hell is an Afro-American? And then we're gonna be African-American. Well, none of that is claiming the land.
Oh.
None of that is claiming the land. But see, the reason why they can't deport our people is because we're bound to the land. They know it.
Oh.
We're bound to this land. And they know that we're the 5 civilized tribes and several other tribes, because the tribal names were really just like you calling your last name Pruitt. I'm calling myself Bey, and you call, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So those were tribal names. And that's all it is.
And because I told you, then I was really kind of hurt and upset that every time I talk about it, whereas most people would be happy, I will get some people that are saying, you know, that you must be racist. And I'm like, look, I always talk about the liberation of all people and how everybody's been enslaved. But sometimes I do desire to address the copper color racists here, because everybody was allowed to come, like especially most recently, and live off of the resources and live off of our birth certificate bonds and use the credits. Like, why wouldn't I want to address that? You said, right. Don't worry about it. Let me take the smoke.
Yeah. Let me say this. Anybody who's on here that may not have the same hue, don't trip, because this new world, as I said, is about love, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. And as long as you're in alignment with that, then everything's all good. But when you're not in alignment with it, then there's a problem. And if you want to be a part of the problem, continue to be that. If you want to be part of the solution, then be that. It's that simple. Because we're going to welcome in all those who want to be in that frequency. We don't want to be dealing with anybody who's going to keep on doing the mess that they did them 400 years ago and all that stuff. The hell with that.
Thank you. Now, before I went into that, you said you were about to go into a rant. I want to hear this.
No, you know, I was really about to start saying something about Michael Jackson and Thriller.
Okay.
And see, when Michael Jackson first went into the studio to create Thriller, it was on April the 14th, right? 414. Okay. And you know, he was called the King.
So right? Was the King of Pop.
King of Pop. See, wait. I'm gonna go back into that in Thriller. Put a thumbtack in that or whatever. I'm going to come back to that, right?
Okay.
Let's talk about Copper Harbor. Okay. Mm-hmm. Copper Harbor starts in Michigan. Okay. And that's where 95% of the world's copper comes from. Right?
Oh.
And Copper Harbor takes you right down Highway 41. Right?
Mm.
And it's called US Route 41, and it takes you through 8 states.
Okay.
8 states. Michigan, Wisconsin, right? And while I'm at Wisconsin, area code for Milwaukee is 414, right?
Okay.
And then they got Illinois, and you have Indiana, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky.
Okay, there you go.
Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and my Florida. That's where Highway 41 ends, in Florida. That's why down in Florida they call it the Magic Kingdom.
Okay.
And in Michigan they called him Magic Johnson. They were letting you know this is a spell. It's always been a spell, right? But see, every last one of our so-called black leaders had a noble title within that 8-state range. You had the Queen of Soul, Michigan, Aretha Franklin, right? You had the heavyweight champion of the world. Who was that? Muhammad who? Ali. Kentucky. Right?
Yeah,
you had the Nation of Islam, Chicago. Air Jordan, not AIR, but HEIR.
Wow.
Who was part of the triangle, and the triangle is the pyramid. Right? Okay. That's Chicago Bulls. He was originally from North Carolina, but Air Jordan. Then you had Martin Luther King. Jordan.
The King.
Right? And you had Godfather of Soul, James Brown. Godfather, Queen, King, Ali. Noble Drew Ali, buried in Cook County, Illinois. I mean, all your noble leaders were there within those 8 states, and 8 means infinity.
That's deep. And we started this podcast at 8 o'clock. And we chose that time for a reason.
Right. So that's Copper Harbor. So, King of Pop, Michael Jackson, Indiana, Highway 41.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Everyone had a noble title.
Wow.
And the most popular in the world, everything in 3s. Who are the most popular in the world? Michael Jackson, Muhammad Ali, and Michael Jordan, the Air, the Ali, and the King. It's real.
Now, what about the King of rock and roll? Wasn't that Elvis?
Well, hey, he was down in Memphis, Tennessee. You're correct.
Okay. I mean, you never know what his bloodline is. I'm just saying.
You know, he was raised a certain kind of way. I ain't gonna go into all that, but you know, they said he's part of either the Cherokee or Choctaw Nation. Right?
Somebody says, Dr. Pruitt, we have Highway 441 here in South Florida. Highway 41 is the west coast of Florida.
How you like that? And 441 means the Jubilee. And I saw that sign before. I saw 441, I saw 41, and I saw 414 all on one sign down there in Florida. I seen it.
You know, speaking of Elvis Presley being the king of rock and roll, somebody said that Donald Trump, it was that Elvis Presley was playing the role of Donald Trump. I'm just throwing that out there.
But Donald Trump always calls it, he always says central casting.
Yeah, he does.
And he lets you know that this is nothing but an act. And the act started. Guess when the act actually started?
When?
With the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. And that's when you had John Wilkes Booth jump on the stage and he started quoting something from some play, and then he ran off, right? Because he was letting you know then it was the end of the republic, and this is all an act from here on out.
He even said that when he met with the military from all over the world, he had I'm talking about President Donald Trump. He did a speech and he said, "Looks like central casting." I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
He just threw that in there while he was talking to these military leaders.
those military people were probably extras in a movie.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is everybody, a lot of people sign non-disclosure agreements.
Okay.
We're the spectators. We're the ones watching this from the sidelines, not knowing what's really going on, right?
Yes.
But the actors, the politicians, the athletes, all these people are in on this because over the last 100 years, they have committed to portraying this act.
Mm.
It's real, like I said, it really goes back to when Lincoln was assassinated. So that was over 100 years ago.
Mm. Yeah. Somebody said, who is this? It was that Mr. Ronald said, don't forget about Kanye West. He's from Chicago, and the new Pope is also from Chicago. Can you speak on that? What's the significance of them being from Chicago?
Well, Kanye.
Oh, and Obama too. He was from Chicago, allegedly.
Okay. Obama said he was initially from his whole birth certificate controversy came out of Hawaii. That's the H. You remember I was talking about the H?
The H means reversal.
Reversal. Just like when, okay, so when Obama first and Ron, I'm gonna hit you up on your thing with Chicago with Kanye. Hold on. But the whole thing with Obama,
Mm-hmm.
when Obama first ran for office, he went up against Mitt Romney.
Mm.
Mitt Romney was from Utah.
Okay.
And the abbreviation for Utah was UT. U is 21 and T is 20. That's 41.
Sure enough.
And the religion for Utah is Mormon. So it was the real Moor going up against the fake Moor.
Mm.
Barack was the real Moor going up against the fake Moor.
Mitt Romney.
And just like Lincoln came out of Kentucky, which is Lower Egypt, and Illinois, which was Springfield, Illinois, but that's Upper Egypt, right? Because that's where Cairo is located, is in Illinois. So,
Okay.
and Egypt, Kentucky, Memphis, Tennessee, you know what I'm saying? So you had Obama from Illinois, Upper Egypt. So then, after Obama was in office, then he became the 44th president. And 4 and 4 is 8, and 8 is infinity. And if everything in threes, he was 3 presidents after the 41st president, right? Which was George H.W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
So what's happening now? Donald Trump just announced that he is terminating all executive orders signed with the auto pen by Joe Biden.
Yes.
Right? So if he's terminating all executive orders, then, and remember now, Donald Trump still haven't answered to those 34 felony counts, right? And everybody is talking about impeach. So if he is not going to be a legitimate president, and Joe Biden is not the legitimate president, and they said that election was based on fraud, then who would be your last legitimate president? Obama. Because he was actually the last one who actually lived. He was the last one who actually lived in the White House. Joe Biden never lived in the White House. He went back to Delaware every day.
Who's that?
Joe Biden. Right? See, you have to remember now, you're talking about the first shall be last. The first of the United States corporation, really before it really became an official corporation, but the first of the corporation was George Washington, right? Who was known to have crossed over the Delaware. Then the last president would have been Joe Biden, who also crosses over the Delaware just to live. And every time he went to his church services, he walked right through a cemetery. Remember now, we talking about the dead. So he was the world of the dead, right? Now you got Trump in there. Trump was Agent Orange. Agent Orange. That's why his hair was always orange. And his skin tone was always orange. He was Agent Orange. What is orange? Orange, all it means is orange is the new white instead of orange is the new black. Orange is the new white, where those who did the dirt to God's chosen people are going to be the ones in the orange uniforms. You remember the Godfather movies? Every time before someone got murdered, they always had a bowl full of oranges. They always showed orange.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, the orange represents the death of something. Just like when we first started this, I said it's the death of DC. And he's Agent Orange. It's the death.
So okay. So now you said you were, after you did this, you were going to answer. Was it Ron? Something Ron said?
Ron was talking about Kanye West, but you know, America is called Northwest Africa. They call it Northwest Africa. They call it Northwest America. They call it a Mexican. Well, Kanye's West first daughter's name is what?
Northwest.
Northwest. Then Upper Egypt is Chicago. The next child's name is Chicago West.
So what was he? What was he trying? What message was he trying to send to us?
Letting you know where we are.
Okay.
And remember when when Kanye met with Donald Trump, he was with football legend Jim Brown, and at the time he was 41 years old when he met with Donald Trump. And wearing that hat, you're talking about that Make America Great Again hat, talking about every time I put this hat on, I feel like Superman. He wasn't just saying that.
Okay.
If you know the story of Superman, Superman was from where? Krypton, Kentucky. Krypton is a real town.
What?
In Kentucky. And his name is Kal-El. El. God. Elohim.
Oh,
that's what they got. They got a Daily Planet in Kentucky.
Here. They got a what there?
The Daily Planet.
Oh my goodness.
And guess where Metropolis is? Upper Egypt, Illinois. And they got a big old giant statue of Superman right there.
Krypton, Kentucky is a community in Perry County, Kentucky.
And the name, hey, Kia, the name of the editor for the newspaper and the Daily Planet, his name was Perry.
What?
As in Perry County, Kentucky.
That's deep. My God. Krypton, Kentucky, unincorporated county, unincorporated community.
Unincorporated.
Yes.
It's not corporation. Dropping bombs tonight.
For real.
Right? And while you're at it, look up Egypt, Kentucky.
You know, the young elder says we twisting caps and busting heads.
Yeah.
What am I looking up?
Egypt, Kentucky.
Egypt, Kentucky. And since I mentioned the young elder, he does shows with Chief Rod Hayes. So family, go to his channel, like and subscribe to his channel, the young elder. He'd be twisting caps and busting heads. I don't know what made me think of him. Okay, here we go. You guys want to support Jacob Bey? If you're enjoying this podcast and you'd like to support his work, he is writing a book that's going to come out very soon. Then, you know, when you want to support his work, you can send the Cash App to $ all rights reserved.
And let me give a little shout out to Retha Payne, who just sent me a Cash App, and Perlia. I really appreciate y'all for that. That's just so kind of you. So you see Egypt, Kentucky there?
Yes.
And there you go. So King George III, who was also a Moor, and he was married to a Moor named Queen Charlotte, right? That's that whole thing about Bridgerton. You know, they showing you that she was a sister.
Yes.
King George III, everything in threes, King George III. He
Okay.
told the colonists that they're not supposed to go anywhere west of the Allegheny Mountains, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot change 3 cities. Cannot change the name of, meaning that you can't give them European names.
And
You
just
know
as
what
an
I'm saying?
aside, yes, and as an aside, it says in Egypt, Kentucky, their post office has been closed. That must mean something. But go ahead, I'll let you finish cooking.
I agree with you. It has to mean something. But the 3 cities that couldn't be changed were Cairo, Memphis, and Egypt. And they call that Little Egypt, but if you connect the dots, they triangulate like a big pyramid.
Wow. A little early, somebody says Wakanda is in Kansas.
Well, actually, there are 3 Wakandas in the United States of America.
Okay.
They're spelled differently, but they're still pronounced Wakanda. And if you break down Wakanda, do the numerology, and y'all really gonna trip out on the numerology.
What is it?
Well, W is, if you hold up a W with your fingers, what does it look like? There, that's your crown, and everything
Come
in
on.
3s, right?
Wow. Yes.
Then you got AN. So A is 1, and then N is 14. 114. Well, what is 114? November the 4th, and that's the date of the Treaty of Tripoli with the Moors, right? Then that's AN, and then you got ADA, which is 141, showing that you're transitioning from white supremacy to the king.
Whoa. You brought that up a couple times. What is white supremacy? You know, and what's interesting is that white used to be the classification of the indigenous people here because we were the free white persons on the land, and black used to be the classification of the Europeans that came here, and they switched it. And then I'm more confused because they had this whole philosophy, ideology called white supremacy. What is that? What is that about?
Well, you're right. It's an ideology, but it was done because if you're going back to Bible prophecy, that your people have to be afflicted in a land that's not yours for 400 years. So they had to do this stuff to keep you from being able to rise. Okay? And that's all it was. I got to do the afflicting. You got to give them a standing ovation because they did the best number to our people ever. Because if prophecy is real, all prophecy in the Bible must be fulfilled. So if it must be fulfilled, you can't hate on the ones that did their job. They did a good job, right? But that time period is over. So the affliction must stop. The white supremacy must stop. And now we got to go to where everybody must come together, and everybody needs to learn how to be peaceful. And see, you remember when Trump went overseas to do the peace treaty? He said it was going to be peace in the world for 1,000 years. That's what he said.
Sure did. Oh, I got chills. He sure did say that.
Right? Did. But that's revelations. That's prophecy. That's prophecy. Because they say, hey, it has to be peace in the world for the next 1,000 years. We're going to be fine. And when the 1,000 years is over, guess what? That group of people will never be in power again. That's not going to happen. They may create chaos. But the power will never be any power given to them. But they will create chaos. So chaos looks like, it's going to be a little war here and there, right? It's going to be a little, challenge here and there. but nobody's going to be in charge like they once were. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think,
I'm
I
sorry.
think that, excuse me, I think the whole concept of white supremacy being that, you know, white was really about, again, a status. So they
Correct.
confused people by making people think it was about racism. My son, who's an economist, told me that in economics, when that's your major, they teach you the truth. And racism is about a race to resources. So when you are an economist, you know it's not about skin complexion. But
Well,
back
go
to
there.
okay.
I'm sorry. If you go to the word black, well, you know, black means you can't be recognized because you can't be seen.
You're right.
Right? You can only see what's in the light. And light bulbs illuminate white. You can only see what's in the light. You can't see what's in the darkness. So you can't be recognized. And if you keep on classifying yourself as being dead because you can't be recognized, then your rights are not recognized either.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And back to the yes, sir. And back to the concept of white supremacy. When you know that a lot of the people that were enslaving us actually were dark complected, so-called dirty Moors, that was a brilliant plan to me to be for part of a secret society order, having dark complexion, hiding under a white hood, starting the Ku Klux Klan, but having dark complexion, and then creating the ideology called white supremacy, and then bringing Europeans and placing them in position of power over the indigenous people so that you can fight each other and hate each other. You know what I mean? It was a brilliant, sick plot.
Yeah. And like I said, if you're always in a dead status, then you don't have rights. Think about this. You're going to trip on this one.
Okay.
Everything they've done, now they've done it to all of us because they all made us cargo. And cargo is nothing but a package or a vessel for shipping, right?
Yeah.
And the post office is the one who controls all the cargo. And the cargo is freight. It's freight. So you got airplanes that carry the freight here and there, right? So normally in front of all the main post offices, right, is an airport. If you think about every major city, the main post office, you always have an airport or a post office that's right near the airport, right?
Yes.
Think about it. And when you go to the airport, you must be in a dead status. Think about this. First thing you see when you get to the airport, it says arrivals and departures, doesn't it?
Yes.
So they're saying you're dead on arrival and you have departed.
Wow.
Right?
Yes.
Then when you go inside the airport, you have to go down the terminal because you've just been terminated.
Dang.
Everything was done in threes. Dead on arrival, you departed, and you've been terminated. Everything was in three. Woo, there's some evil folk out here.
For real. Very evil. Brother Bey, somebody asked me if you can please speak on Turtle Island, and they've asked me that several times. Hello, who is that? Sekhmet, fire goddess. Can you please speak on Turtle Island?
Well, the only reason why they called it Turtle Island because the moon, what you call the moon, is really a reflection of the earth.
Okay.
And that's how our ancestors were able to draw maps because they knew that it was a reflection of the actual earth. And in that reflection, they saw that the Americas was shaped like the turtle. Right? The head of the turtle was what you call the northeast. The northeast, you know, that part of the Americas that sticks out, extends out, like in New York and Connecticut and New Hampshire, all that.
Yes.
And then the turtle's foot, or whatever you want, fin, foot, whatever you call it, Florida, right? And then the tail was all the way down over by California. because it's shaped like a turtle. But that's what we called it. The indigenous people called it that because, you know, we called it several things because, you know, we had several different dialects and several different languages, and we communicated differently, and we just identified how we chose to identify.
And you're talking about the Americas. We call it the Americas Turtle Island.
Yeah, people, the Americas. Yeah. Well, really more Central America than anything. Yeah. And Mount Rushmore. Let me talk about Mount Rushmore.
And then, great. And then after that, somebody asked, they want to know what happens after the 1,000 years. But go ahead, Mount Rushmore.
Look and see what year Mount Rushmore was created, or actually opened. It was opened in 1941. And it was open on October 31st, which is the 10th month plus the 31st day. 10 and 31 is 41.
41.
So they were doing a ritual. Tuskegee Airmen, they flew in the year 41. Everything has been more about us than you know.
But what was the purpose of that? I mean,
well, you know, the United States, if the United States is dead, it's a corporation. First four letters in corporation is C-O-R-P as in corpse, right?
Right.
So it's a corporation, it's dead. That's why they call it the Marine Corps, corpse. C-O-R-P-S, corpse. So it's a dead entity. So if it's dead, the dead can't just tell you what's going on. They got to give things to you in signs and symbols. But see, I'm giving you numerology because numerology is God's language. That's why they got numbers in the Bible. They have a whole chapter called Numbers, right?
Yeah.
That's God's language. But see, we were always, you know, while we should be looking over here, we were looking over there. And while we were looking over there, we weren't connecting with where we should have been connecting organically. But they were putting the signs and symbols in our face to let you know every piece of this land belongs to you. There are more pyramids in the Americas than there is anywhere else in the world. Grand Canyon has pyramids. You can connect from the Grand Canyon right over to Africa. They got a portal, right? Step right over there. And it has the pyramids of Isis, Ra, and Osiris. And there's an ancient sphinx right there. And in fact, in the Mississippi River, we call the Nile River, you have an ancient sphinx that was made out of alabaster that was found in the 1920s in the Mississippi River. And it's now at a museum in Philadelphia, home to the Moorish government. Then you have pyramids in Tennessee, California, Wisconsin. Girl, they're all over. You have them in Louisiana. They're everywhere. Kentucky. You can pull all this stuff up and see them and be like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Crystal said that's why they keep guards at all the state parks.
Because they don't want you to know and they don't want you to discover.
Facts.
They don't want you to know. Because if you found out who you really were and how everybody prior to you looked just like you, right?
Yes.
They look just like you. Like, oh my God. So they've been telling us this story about us wanting to get back over there when we should always been trying to be claiming what's here.
They tried to disinherit us from our own land.
They did a good job.
They did.
So that goes back to me telling you it took 64 years for them to make you forget your name, language, everything else. And you remember I told you that the headquarters for the KKK was right off at exit 14. Guess what highway it takes you down? Highway 64, as in those 64 years that it took you to forget who you were.
Whoa.
Right. And guess what, too? You know, I said it's a period of death and all that stuff. Guess what happened in the year 1964? We're going to talk about the TV shows that came out in the year 1964.
Okay.
And Lyndon B. Johnson took over as president in 64 after your boy JFK was assassinated in 63. Okay. And Lyndon B. Johnson had the Department of Education named after him in Washington, D.C. that they recently shut down. You know why they shut it down? Because it's Department of Education, DOE, as in John Doe and Jane Doe.
Wow.
Right? And JD, J is 10, D is 4, 14, right? And the first thing they taught you in school was to read this book called Dick and Jane. D is 4, J is 10, 14. It was a white supremacist stuff going on. Hate to tell you that, but that's the reality of it, right? But you had to be dead, as in John Doe and Jane Doe, right? Now, why am I talking about 64? Because in the year 64, going back to them TV shows, this is what TV shows came out.
Okay.
The Monsters, the Addams Family, and Gilligan's Island. Because I told you were dead and lost at sea.
Wow.
Bewitched, because they cast a spell on you.
Gee, my knee crickets. Wow. This is deep.
And Lyndon B. Johnson died at the age of 64, going back to them 64 years that they took to, mess y'all up. But see, the reversal of that.
Speak on the reversal. Hey, glory.
Hey, the reversal of that. The reversal of 64 is 46. And 46 means the transition in power, transitioning the wealth back to the people. That's why if you take the 3 presidencies of Donald Trump, because he was president 3 times.
Okay.
He was the 45th. That's why when you see the Make America Great Again cap on, he has 45 through 47 on the side, right? So it says, he's really saying 45. Let's say 45 through 47. What's the average of 45 and 47? 46.
Come on.
Right? And 46 means transition in power. So next year would be 2026, as in 2 plus 2 is 4, and then you got 6, 46. So they tell you it's a transition in power. And Trump keeps saying win.
Yes, he does.
Right?
Yeah.
W is 23, I is 9. 23 and 9 is what? 32? And N is 14. 32 and 14 is 46. Win. Transition of power, transition in power, transition in power.
Hey, glory. Hey. Woo.
You hear me?
I hear you loudly.
And watch this. If everything in threes, 41 times 3 is 1, 2, 3. You remember the king of pop, Michael Jackson, saying ABC, easy is 1, 2, 3, right?
Yes.
ABC, 123. He was always letting you know, right? Because when you had the death of a king, one king must fall for another one to rise. So when Martin Luther King was shot down, you had the rise of Michael Jackson. And I'm going to talk about that later. Remember the time.
Remember the time.
Right?
We fell in love. Yes.
And he was talking about Egypt of the West.
That's why he had all those Egyptian symbology in that.
Yeah, and and when he came to Eddie Murphy and Iman, he was the god of death. That's why he had the hood, like he was dressed in black. He was the god of death. You remember symbolizing that we are in the period of death?
Yes.
But then he disappeared and turned into gold, because gold is the wealth.
Woo, gee. My.
So if 41 times 3 is 123, guess when 123 is coming up?
When?
December the 3rd, 12/3, 123.
Okay.
And that's when you're going to start seeing the RV really being discussed.
Whoa. This is Remember the Time video. I got it on silence.
Ain't that nice?
Wow.
Ain't that
That's
nice?
beautiful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mm. Yes, it is. Got the cat symbolism. They say that we. Sorry about that. Oops, oops, oops. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, family. I should have left it alone. Okay.
25 and P is 16. 25 and 16 is 41. It was a ritual.
Their marriage was a ritual.
It was a ritual. Remember, I said one king must rise for another to, one must fall for another to rise.
Yes.
When Kobe Bryant supposedly died, allegedly died, he was 41. And then they said he died in a what? Helicopter.
Helicopter crash.
What letter is that, Doc? H.
Reversal.
Reversal. And when they said the king of pop allegedly died, he was flown off in a what? Helicopter.
My
H.
Lord.
Right? It's a reversal in energy.
And it's true. Somebody said after he did that particular video we just watched, that's when the industry kept coming for him. It's almost like Michael Jackson just kept trying. He just kept telling us what was going on behind the scenes.
He ain't dead.
Okay. God's not dead. He's yet alive. God's not dead. He's yet alive.
Wait. Let me show you real quick. Let me show you this. And if anybody want to trip with me, that's fine. But Michael Joe Jackson, it wasn't Michael Joseph Jackson on his driver's license. It's Michael Joe Jackson.
Okay.
And Michael Joe Jackson equals 17. And 17 is Q. Yeah. And 17 is Michael Jackson's favorite number. That was his favorite number, 17. Right? Okay. That's why on his 3 albums were produced by Q.
Quincy Jones.
Right? And the third one had 3 letters. B-A-D.
Bad.
Right? Now, when they released the trailer for the Michael Jackson movie, which was just a couple weeks ago, right? That's being played by his nephew, Jafar Jackson.
Okay.
For the Michael Jackson biopic, it comes out on April 24th. And the trailer was released. It's going to be 24 weeks between the release of the trailer and the movie coming out. Okay. But what's 24 plus 17? 41. I'm waiting. 41.
41.
Right?
41. Yes. Yes. The snake also represents Kundalini energy. That's true. Okay. 41. Yeah. Yes. Mandalas. I don't know what mandalas are. Somebody put that in the comments.
So next year, if Michael Jackson supposedly died in the year 2009, right? 2026 would make it how many years? What number did I say is his favorite number?
17.
It'd be 17 years. And then you have the return of a deity. Prince ain't dead either. See, the new kingdom is going to have a king, a queen, and a prince.
Okay.
So the king is Michael, the prince is Prince, and oh Lord, I don't know who the damn queen is, but if I say it Whitney Houston, everybody gonna be mad at me. But everybody gonna be mad at me, and I ain't gonna even say that because everybody thought she was just really on crack. It was a good show, but hey, it is what it is.
You're saying she wasn't on crack? That was just a show.
You know what? One thing I want to leave alone is that part.
Okay.
But I know when you have a new kingdom, you're going to have a king, a queen, and a prince because you have to have an heir. And in the new world is going to be about frequencies. It's about music. So that's why you're going to have King of Pop, People of the Planet, P.O.P. Not popular music, People of the Planet, right? Then you're going to have the Queen. I don't know who that is. Now, I think it's Whitney, but I ain't going to go there. And then the last would be Prince.
So you think they're going to come back to life and show themselves? Is that what you're saying?
They're already alive. They ain't dead.
Okay.
You know what I believe, and I really do believe this too. I believe we're going to probably hear some of the most phenomenal music of our life, because you remember the rumor about Prince and Michael getting together for the song "Bad," but they said that it never happened because Prince was like, "Well, I ain't gonna be singing that line. Your butt is mine, right? Whose butt you talking about getting? Yours or mine? You know." But I do believe that they got together and collaborated and probably made some of the most phenomenal music that we ever heard in our life, and that's going to come out next year. Because you remember now, 41 years ago, 1984, Purple Rain, right? And Thriller was just coming off of his high, right?
Yes.
Because what wasn't Thriller about the ritual of the dead? Right?
I always wondered
how long the video was of the dead. It was 14 minutes long.
Oh.
But at the very end of the video, and I don't know if you can pull that up and show the very last part when Michael turns to the camera, you're going to see the obelisk of Egypt in the background.
Which video is this again?
Thriller.
I always wondered why he did that video. I never got it. It must have come out around Halloween.
Well, he has the big old M on his jacket, and everybody thought it meant Michael. It meant more. You remember Michael Jackson always, when he would be at the Grammys or the American Music Awards, he said, "I love you more."
Sure. Yeah. Hold on. You know what? Speaking of more, I just went to the video Thriller and look at the commercial that they have on here before we get to the video. Oh man, are they showing? It's a Sprite commercial, and the gentleman here has on red and green. Color of the Moors. Color of the Moors.
There you go.
Sorry.
Well, think about this. The holidays.
Christmas.
Let's go into April Fools. What day is April Fools on?
4/1.
41. Because you be a damn fool to think you ever be king. Right?
Yes.
But their holiday is July 4th.
Okay.
Independence. Right? And that's and July is what? J is 10. Do it with your fingers. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. That's 10. 10 plus 4, that's 14, ain't it? Yeah, July 4, right? United States Corporation, white supremacy. Then you got Halloween. What day is Halloween on? Because they had to make you dead. They had to make the Moors dead. 10/31, ain't it?
Yeah, 41. 10 plus 31.
Because they had to reverse it. Ain't that the H?
H is the reversal.
They had to make you dead.
Would you tell me what part of this video you want me to go to? Did I pass it?
That's the very last part. Right when he turns to the camera.
Okay.
Go back some. Okay, go back a little bit more. There, you're going to see it now. West. And then he had the V with the victory. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're called the royal family. How you like that?
Wow. Somebody saying, I'm really enjoying this. A couple people checking out. They're saying, good night, family. Good night. We know it's getting late. Thank you for joining us.
Well, you know what?
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody said, policy violation, stream unavailable, Dr. Kia. Did they cut me off YouTube? I hope not. Lord Jesus.
They don't want
Well,
this
if
out
they
here.
do, we just gonna keep going on Rumble. I can see me on YouTube, but that's I don't know. Let me know if I'm still on YouTube, family.
Well, Doc, guess what? If you want to do a part 2, I will.
We could do a part two.
We can do a part.
Just so for those of you who are still here, please subscribe to my Rumble channel. It's Dr. Kia Pruitt. I'm going to bring that up on the screen so you can see it because YouTube be tripping. They just be tripping. So I remember when I was in high school, one of my girlfriends, who we used to call our friends girlfriends, she said we were in Portsmouth, Ohio, small hick town. It's a lot of Caucasians and a few of us sprinkled here and there. And she was a basketball star. Her name was K somebody. And she said she walked past the eggs and the dairy, this particular part of the grocery store, and a little Caucasian kid pointed to her. She's a tall black woman, a basketball player. And she said, "Look, Mom, the weeby people, the weeby people." Because you know how we always say we be tripping.
Yeah, we be.
We be. Subscribe to my channel. This is my channel right here. You go to rumble.com/Kia Pruitt or Dr. Kia Pruitt. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. My family's trying to get a hold of me. Hold on. Let me see. Where is that? See, this is KMP. I'm trying to go. So just go to Dr. Kia Pruitt. I don't know why it's coming up KMP. I think that might be my username. It is. Okay. But Dr. Kia Pruitt is on Rumble. I'll put that in the chat for you, family.
And I want to thank you. I just want to thank you for giving me this platform to, like I said, to share my story.
Yes.
And to, if people don't agree, what you can at least do is play this video back and cross-reference everything I said, because I'm not trying to just shoot from the hip or out the side of my neck. I actually have real information that you can cross-reference and you can see it for yourself. And it's not just me just throwing some stuff out there in the universe. So I've recited actual scripture from the Bible. I have given you the numerology and the codes. I have done as much as actually letting you see the buildings, the other things that they have shown and put into the universe, so you would know what's happening. And like I said, everything that I've said, you can actually look it up yourself and you can see it. You can see it and you don't have to believe it. Once you read it for yourself, that's on you. But I gave you the information, at least put you on the path to showing you where you can get that information from. But they've been doing it to us all these years. Even the exit for the KKK and the 14 and all that stuff, you can look it up. You can look up the 14 words for white supremacy. You can find it yourself. And it ain't about hate. This is just about prophecy being fulfilled.
What a time to be alive, the Adept Moore said. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, family, to support Brother Jacob Bey, you can send him a Cash App, and he's expressed his gratitude for those of you who have already by sending him a Cash App blessing to $ all rights reserved, $ALLRIGHTSRESERVED, all rights reserved. To get in contact with him and to get on his list as one of the first who will support his book, you can contact him at dejurelaw33@gmail.com. That's here on the screen, and I'll put it in the description section for you. DEJURELAW33@gmail.com. Somebody says this video had no sound. Oh, wow, for a while. That's wild. And before you go, a person asked me if I'm still live on Rumble. Thank you, family. If you could say something about the ice walls or I think they said the Antarctica, what's going on behind the ice walls? Do you know what that's about? Allegedly, we're under a dome and there are lands beyond the ice walls.
Yeah, there's several lands. There's several lands behind the ice wall, and there are several different ice walls. So it's like, you seen the shape of a honeycomb? Well, the honeycomb is almost like the shape of, each comb is like the shape of a pentagon, right? And inside each comb, is its own earth or own world, so to speak.
Okay.
And there's several different worlds, and each one is surrounded by an ice wall. But it's several different worlds. And we only have been in the first part of it, and that's the third dimension. And the third dimension is dealing with your lower self, because it didn't allow us to be able to challenge our frequencies and enter into that realm, right?
Yes.
The thing they did to us when we were first born, they shot us up with vaccines and all this stuff, and they said we need all these shots, and they did that to take away all of your energy, your natural energies, right? And to shut down your pineal gland. They did that. Think, this is deep. Think about when you supposedly die, or the body dies, because we never die, we multiply. When the body dies, the body, the first thing they do is they want to do an autopsy on you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Well, if you've been burned in a house fire, why they got to go into your brain? They know you got burnt.
Right.
Right? If you got shot and you died by getting shot in the heart, why they got to go in your brain? Because they need to get that pineal gland. Because they know that the pineal gland is still active up to 3 days after the body dies. And it has all kind of power inside of that pineal gland. That's why if you look in front of the Vatican, there's a big old shape of a pine cone, because the pineal gland, that's the pineal gland.
Wow.
They had to snatch that from you.
And what are they doing with it?
Well, like I said, okay. If y'all ready for this one, oh boy.
We ready. We're ready.
Think about Starbucks.
Hi, Kenzel. Good to see you. Come on. Yes, Starbucks with that sigil on the front. That's their logo.
And guess what county its headquarters are?
Where?
Kings County. Because they had to be king or supreme to you. And when they took the pineal gland, they were able to manufacture it, crush it up, get the melanin excreted from it, right? The melanin, melatonin, melanin. And they would take that melanin and put it into the coffee. And why do you think there are long lines of people trying to buy an $8 cup of coffee? Because I told you 8 represents infinity. And if you go to a Walmart to buy melatonin,
yes,
the cost is 888. Everything in threes, $8.88. And it's your melanin that they need. It's your melanin, right? You remember back in the day when we were coming up, and they were always talking about them commercials, talking about them children were starving over in Africa.
Yes,
girl. They had to send the medicine over there to say, we got to save these children. And once we gave them permission to bring in the supplies, then they ended up bringing in their armies. And when they brought in their armies with the weapons, then they killed off the people that were there to harvest their organs so they can manufacture the melanin. Melatonin helps you sleep. Who are the dreamers? American Dream. Who are the dreamers?
Oh, American Dream.
I had a dream.
Martin Luther King.
There you go.
But who were the dreamers?
We're the dreamers. And if you break down the word dream, D-R-E-A-M. D is 4, R is 18. 4 and 18 is 22. E is 5. So 22 and 5 is 27. A is 1. That's 27 plus 1 is 28. And M is 13. 28 plus 13 is 41. So Martin Luther King gave that speech, and he gave it in front of the Lincoln Memorial, which is the descendants of Abraham, or the heirs to the world. And then he said, he's the king, and dream. So they did 41 3 times, because like I said, if you add the nickel, dime, and a quarter, and then the penny is 41, and Abraham was on that penny. And that statue of Abraham is 19 feet high and 19 feet into the ground, and that's AI, 19 feet, AI, as above, so below. Because in the age of technology, you are going to have your crown again.
Whoa.
And you'll be sitting on your throne.
The family is like, wow, they're dropping fire emojis. They're saying, wow, this is amazing. This is a great show. This is absolutely amazing. Sister Crystal Gold said, oh my God. Oh yes. Oh yeah. I read those books. Moke says, get the 3 books, Nos Confundum. He has Nos Confundum is also on YouTube. And this gentleman has several books. Actually, there's a series. There's about 5, 6, or 7 books. I think I read 4 of them. But this gentleman, is this a gentleman here? Yes, or I don't know if it's a lady, but it says, get the 3 books, Nos Confundum, The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Walls, and Terra Infinita. I started off with Terra Infinita. That's great. And I read The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Walls. I didn't read, The Land of Mars. I didn't read The Land of Mars yet, but I do have 4 of those books. Great books that talks about, for those of you who asked the question, what's going on behind the ice walls. There are lands beyond the ice walls. One of the lands is called the land of the Republic, the Ancestral Republic. And that land there, the Ancestral Republic, is where some of the humans escaped one of the resets, because there's been several resets on the planet where the beings that enslaved the planet have caused war with the humans to get rid of us. And so what they did was they sent a deluge or a flood. They sent their advanced technology, whatever they could. And I believe the COVID was another reset, but they got rid of us. And then the remnant of those people who were left that didn't want to be enslaved to the beings in the Anunnaki and the guardians that were in control of extraterrestrials, they had the help of some of the giants, and they escaped beyond the ice walls. And that land is called the Ancestral Republic. There's been a lot of conversation in certain circles about how our ancestors have returned. Those human beings that escaped one of the resets have found their way back over here to the known lands, which is, this the earth plane here that we know about. And they've come to help other extraterrestrial beings liberate us from the nefarious extraterrestrial beings that enslaved us. So you have the Ancestral Republic on the behind the ice walls. You have Mars, which is behind the ice walls. Mars is not somewhere in the sky. It's on a land beyond the ice wall. And that's where the original Martians were actually annihilated by an extraterrestrial race. But there are remaining Martians there. The new Martians are people that escaped from different planets or different lands that now live on Mars, as well as the people who helped the Anunnaki and the other extraterrestrial beings enslave us. So you have some of your own human beings that work with governments and CIA operatives and these other extraterrestrial beings to help enslave us and unalive us. They were rewarded with longer life and money and all that, but they were put on the land of Mars, and they were tricked into going there. I guess you reap what you sow. They thought they were going to have a good life, but Mars is full of a lot of problems and plagues and stuff that they didn't know about. They thought they were just going to go there and escape. So I'm sorry about going off on that tangent. Mars is beyond the ice walls, the Ancestral Republic. The celestial lands is behind the ice walls, where they say the souls of people who die or transition go to the celestial lands. The celestial lands is allegedly where a lot of the souls are, and where source of light exists. And the beings that enslave the planet are very angry because they cannot penetrate beyond the whatever dome is protecting the celestial lands. That's where the souls are. And they're angry because when we pass or we transition, we go to the celestial lands and we become a whole being of light and energy and have love, joy, peace, and all those beautiful things that Brother Jacob Bey said. And like we live an amazing life. And so what's interesting is that source that abides in us. Once you transition out of here and you experience in the celestial lands, you actually have that right here living inside of you right now. You can create and manifest anything that your soul desires, but you have to awaken and know who you are. You have to awaken and know that you are gods, meaning that you are beings that are beyond all these other beings that have enslaved the planet, that you have abilities beyond any other beings in the world. And you have a source within you that is so amazing that you literally are God. You can do anything. You can fly. You can live forever. You can make love without making love. You can eat by just absorbing energy. We just don't know it. We could even get out of this prison planet if we stop listening to, fake religions tell us there's a God outside of us. Now we know source, but source isn't even outside of us. Source is within. So these beings that enslave the planet don't want you to know how amazing you are, how you can break free from this enslavement. They don't want you to know that you can get out of this war. I'm sorry for going through all that.
Can I share this with you?
Yes, take it away.
Okay, so the reason why we were punished for 400 years is because it's a trial period, just like I said earlier, how they said in the Bible that Noah was on the ark for 40 days and 40 nights. And Moses misled the people for 40 years and Jesus in the wilderness for 40 days. And 10 means God's promise and God's word. So if you take 10 times 40, you got 400, as in 400 years. And God wanted to humble us because I want to strip you all the way down, butt naked, so you would know what it's like to be at the bottom. You would know what it's like to be mistreated. I want to humble you. So when I give you this blessing, you would know what it's like to have been treated this way. And that way you won't treat others the way that they treated you. Because I'm not only going to give you the world, I'm going to bless you with the universe.
Because you are the universe. It's all living. It's all within you.
Well, everybody has a universe inside within, but you're going to have one within and outside too.
Come on.
It's going to be everything.
Come on. You're welcome, family. Come on through here. They're enjoying this. Brother Robert says, we are magnetic fields. Like a compass, you go so far on the earth, the needle on the compass starts fluctuating because you have to go back from where you started. And
he's right, because everything they did was to put you out of alignment with the universe. Like even 12 months versus 13 months.
Yes.
Everything they did was to put you out of alignment. They did it with the time change, where you keep on springing forward and falling back, and you keep doing that, and you're not in alignment with the universe. Right? So we have to get back into alignment. Once we get back into alignment, and they're going to be arresting a lot of these doctors who put all that stuff into our bodies that kept us from being able to access all those powers that it was supposed to just have naturally, right?
Yes.
We had the superpowers. We were able to teleport. We were able to use telepathic energy. I mean, they wouldn't have the X-Men, as in God's promise, as in Egypt, the X-Men. They wouldn't have the X-Men with all these superpowers that's showing you who you really were, that you had these powers, right? But you weren't able to access them because, those things were suppressed. And they suppressed you all this time. Because if you're dead, you're suppressed. You can't rise. So now that you're able to rise, everything else must rise. They're going to arrest these doctors like crazy. They're going to get them.
Mm,
They're getting all them
mm,
for what they did to us.
mm, mm.
They're going to get the judges. They're going to get the lawyers. They're going to be getting the police officers. You know, everything that belongs to the water. That's why they call it ice, 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 ice,
Ice,
baby.
ice, baby.
Right?
Yes.
Ice belongs to the water. So they're coming after
Mm,
ice. And they're going to be putting in the real organic law, which is ran by the sheriffs. And if it's the land must take control. That's why the sheriffs wear brown and green, because the brown and green represents the land. And we're not going to have any more sea. The police officers wear blue or black. Blue means the water, and black means death.
mm.
They coming after ice.
Mm. What do you mean they coming after ice? I thought ice was going after.
They're going to dismantle all the police units.
Oh, okay.
Those were the original slave catchers.
Mm.
The original slave catchers must shut down.
Yes. A question earlier. Yes, I believe there's a flat earth. I mean, I shouldn't say believe, but I don't know for sure. But from what I've been reading, I agree. I agree. It makes sense to me that there's a dome over this plane and there are other planes beyond ice walls. Somebody wanted to know if you can address why these rappers are pushing 6, 7. Like what, now all our young kids are like 6, 7. They're in school when a teacher asks a question, 6, 7, because they heard a rapper say that. What is the significance, if you know, of 6, 7?
13.
Oh, come on through here.
And 13. You know how they said 13 was bad luck?
Yes, 6
It's
plus
bad
7.
luck. It's bad luck for who?
Them, the deep state, the people
right?
in
The deep
power.
state. It's good luck for you if you wake up and know who you are. See, the empire is the Moorish Empire, and the Moorish Empire, that's why they call it New York City, the Empire State Building, right?
Oh.
And it was the King Kong that climbed the Empire State Building.
Yes.
And then they in the Empire State Building, it does not have a 13th floor. It only has a 12th floor that goes right to 14, because they don't want you having a 13th floor to recognize your empire. Because see, the 13th letter in the alphabet is M, and M is man, master, and more.
Ooh.
So when you hear them say 6, 7, they talking about 13. See, even the golf tournament called the Masters is located in the 13th colony, which is Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, because they wanted to be the Masters.
Mm. Speechless. Twisting caps and busting heads, as young elder would say. You are really dropping some jewels here. Hey, family, if you are enjoying this, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for devoting your time and energy, and even for asking questions. We appreciate it. If you are enjoying this live and you desire to support Brother Jacob Bey's work, and you'd like to see him come back to do another part, a part 2, and maybe even a part 3, please send him a blessing to his Cash App at $ all rights reserved. All rights reserved. ALLRIGHTSRESERVED. And that makes me want to question, what made you choose all rights reserved? What is that about?
UCC 1-308 without prejudice. I am not compelled or liable to perform on any contracts without full disclosure. I reserve all rights and retain all rights for perpetuity. Because see, dead don't have rights, only the living. Look at 41:10, Isaiah 41:10.
Okay.
41 and 10 is God's promise and God's word. It clearly says to you, I'm going to raise you with my righteous hand. Well, you on the right side of God. The king is on the right side of God. They put it in your face.
There's an old Negro spiritual. The king is coming.
Right?
The king is coming.
That's why they talking about LeBron James, right? And how long he's been in the NBA. But he's gonna turn 41 this doggone December. and it's going to be one king must fall for another to rise. That's all this is. So LeBron, y'all be ready. When he turns 41, he's going to retire, or he's going to have an injury that's going to cause him to retire. Whoa. Now quote that, and we can play this show back later.
So do not.
There you go. There you go.
Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand.
Because we on the right hand side of God. That's why Abraham on the penny is facing the right.
Whoa, wait, because everybody else, aren't they facing the opposite side? They're facing the
left. They represent the debt, and we represent the credit.
So that's why Chief Mac says when everybody is over here, they're accessing our credit.
Yeah, I hate anybody that's of the Jewish family or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this in advance, but that's why they came out with the term penny pinching Jews, because they were the ones stealing your credit. And that's why they had that bar mitzvah, because when those boys turned 13, 6, 7, when they turned 13, they were able to access that trust account, and all they needed was a pen to sign off for a car, sign off for a house, and sign off for anything they wanted.
My God. I'm reading a book right now called The Jewish Phenomenon, and I didn't want to read it because I know that they stole a lot of our knowledge, a lot of our information. But in that book, they brag. They're like, we are dear God's people, and if you want to be like us, you have to know who you are.
Right.
They claim that our land is in Israel. That's why we make Mecca to Israel all the time to teach our young people who they are. And I'm like, no, you stole that area there. But they go on to talk about, they brag about how they have millions of dollars in foundations that they give to each other when people immigrate here, Jews immigrate here to America. And then they go on, they say, we're rich because we love our heritage. We're rich because we're married, which I understand that. We're rich because we support each other. We're rich because we have a foundation that we give to each other. And we're rich, but we love African Americans. They say that in the book. And we support the cause of African Americans. And we have a wonderful working relationship. And it used to be really good before Muslims came in and separated us. But, Black people, and we should go back to being friends because we support the Black cause and the African American cause, and that we support the liberal agenda. I was like, wait a minute, you want us to be happy that you're supporting the liberal agenda? And they said, oh, yeah, in the book. Margaret Sanger was a Jew. Who was Margaret Sanger? Okay. Right. Who else? What else? The other woman that was a part of that whole unaliving of our Black babies. But they start Margaret Sanger.
I remember her. I know what you're talking about.
And they start naming all, and we support pro-choice. And I'm like, yeah. So that means you support abortion clinics in the Black community. So a lot of people don't know that groups like I'm Hebrew, so. That's the way I was raised in Hebrew, keeping Hebrew law. So I don't have anything against
Hebrew is the original Jew.
Okay. So I'm not against, the ideology or the way of life of Hebrews, but people that were not real Jews, the scripture says, I know those that say they are Jews, but are not, but they are the synagogue of Satan.
That's correct.
These rich people who brag about being so wealthy and owning, the entertainment industry, they say it in the Jewish phenomenon, owning health facilities and owning pharmaceutical companies and owning, and paying off many lobbyists and government. Oh, they brag about it.
Right.
These people who are rich, they will tell you and they identify as Democrats. But they live a conservative lifestyle when it comes to preserving their families, their wealth, not unaliving their children, but they support the Democratic Party and the liberal agenda. And
I'm sorry, let me tell you why.
Clinics in our community to unalive our children.
I'm sorry. Let me tell you
why.
Go
ahead. Your turn. Yes, sir.
Okay. Think about Democrats and think about Republicans.
Okay.
What color is the Democrat?
Red. Blue. Blue.
What color is the Democrat? I mean, Republican.
Republican is red.
Okay. Blue represents all the Admiralty Maritime Law, and it's on the left.
Ah.
Right? It's on the left. So if it's on the left, yeah, the Jews are going to, they want to support everything to keep you from knowing who you are, so we can keep on robbing you from your credit, which is on the right. That's why they adopted the Republican way of life, the conservative way of life, so we can keep getting your credit. But we want to have you looking over here saying, hey, but we support this democracy over here. Because we want you in a dead status. So you don't rise, so we can continue to steal your credit. This is a trip.
It's a trip, and I'll say something controversial, and I'm a speaking code here, but there was a lot that they said that happened to them. A lot of it, history is proven, some of it did not happen to them, and some of it happened to the Zionists because of what they were trying to do in these other countries. They were trying to take over many of the other countries and put in their ideologies and rape their children and drink their blood and eat their flesh. I'm not talking about regular people. I'm talking about some of them that were at the top, which is why certain people were trying to get them out of their country. And I'll leave it at that. And people can do their own research from there.
I got you.
You got
but, you know, they've done a lot to us because it's always been about us. Let me show you one more thing. You remember what they said about what happened over in Germany, right? The Holocaust, right?
Germany, German. People say that the germs were actually reptilians and they infiltrated the real original Germans who were black or dark skinned, and they mixed their DNA with germs and they became German. That's something I read recently. But go ahead.
But watch this though. And they were trying
keep talking. I'm gonna remove myself to go get this book, but keep talking.
But they was talking about exterminating the Jews, which is the Holocaust. And the Holocaust, that's the H. And the symbol for the Holocaust was the swastika. And all the swastika was, and if anybody can look up the swastika, all it was 7, 7, 7, 7 in reverse. They were reversing the energy, and it was, once they reversed that 7, 7, 7, 7, the real energy belongs to the circle 7, and that's the Quran, and those are the real Hebrews and the true Moors and the true whatever. But it's the circle 7 that they were reversing, and when you think about 7, 7, 7, 7, it's pointing north, south, east, west. Let me say it differently: north, east, west, and south. And that's why when you're watching TV, CNN and MSNBC and all your local whatever, it's called news, because they're letting you know that you are the rulers of the four corners of the earth, which is north, east, west, and south.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And that was, Hitler, another H, which was a reversal. Holocaust, reversal, H. All of it was a reversal.
Can you say that UCC won, and this is only for educational purposes that you say, so that we won't get flagged? I don't know how to say it.
Oh, you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, so that they can, I think that's supposed to protect us.
Well, why should UCC 1-308 without prejudice? And what that means is you're not compelled or liable to perform on any contracts without full disclosure. So therefore, what you do, if you have a driver's license, write it above the driver's license, your name on the driver's license. So if you present that to a police officer, if you happen to be pulled over, you're still retaining your rights. And if he forces you into a contract, write that above your signature, because you're really negating the contract by saying, I reserve my rights and I'm not compelled to perform on this contract. Now, if you present that to a court, Well, first thing they try to do in traffic court is try to get you to plead something. Don't plead nothing. Don't plead guilty. Don't plead innocent. Don't even plead no contest. You don't plead nothing, because once you sign the contract, they got you. So all you do is just go into court if you need to, and let the judge know that you have not contracted with this court and you do not wish to contract with this court, and that you retain all rights. And believe it or not, I've done it about 3 times, and each time I won, and they let me go.
Wow.
And I'm not going to tell anyone else to do something I haven't tried before. I've tried it, because I've tried some stuff and it wasn't always successful. But that was, part of my learning.
Brother Bey, Sister Love Being Nubian, also Janine, who is the moderator, asked, why is it that you can buy any kind of flag except the Moor flag in the United States of America?
Well, they want you to really believe that the U.S. flag is the American flag, and it's not. George Washington said at the age of 9, Father, I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down the cherry tree. He chopped down the Moorish government flag. That's all he did. And that flag at the time, the flagpole was made of a cherry tree stem, right? And that's why you have all these cherry trees in Washington, D.C., or cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. They still letting you know that it was all about the Moorish government. And the Moorish government, if you look at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., you're going to see the heads of the Moors in the Library of Congress. Because what does the Library of Congress do? It protects your rights, right? As in copyrights, as in patents, as in all that. So the Moor is letting you know clearly that the Moors are the ones with the rights. That's kind of deep.
That's deep. And in the White House, there's both the flag of I think that red, white, and blue flag is the flag of commerce, and this flag, the Moorish flag.
Right. Well, the red, white, and blue is the flag of commerce. See, if you look at the upper left-hand side of that flag, because you remember everything on the left is dead, right?
Yes.
You remember I said that everything on the left means dead. So on the upper left-hand side is a sea of blue, as in dead and lost at sea. So it's 50 stars, meaning each one of the states representing the stars. The stars are the children of the sun, the light beings, right? So each one of the stars represents each state, the people of each state, and we're dead and lost at sea. That's what that is. Even if you look at your credit cards, your debit cards, your checkbooks, the letters that come to you in the mail, court papers, it's always going to have that fictitious name that was made with that short form birth certificate in all caps on the left hand side, meaning that you're dead. So the dead can only communicate with the dead. They can't communicate with the living. In the United States corporation, the corpse can only deal with dead.
Another question that someone asked me, I think it was Love Being Nubian, said, please ask what happens after the 1,000 years is up. We're supposed to have 1,000 years of peace, and we're going to have that. What happened?
I think that's actually answered that. I had answered that earlier, and all I said was that after the 1,000 years, there's going to be chaos. And when the chaos comes, there's going to be people, the evil beings will come back. A lot of them going to be going to them underground bunkers, right? And that's why they've been misdiagnosing a lot of our so-called Black women with cervical cancer, so they can steal their uterus. And that's why they call them hysterectomy, another H again. And have these hysterectomies so they can take their uterus, because they'll take the uterus and then they can use those eggs or whatever to keep them alive while they're underground. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
This is some deep stuff that they're doing. So now, because see, they can't eliminate us. Think about this. If we were so bad as a people, Why wouldn't they? They got a whole army there. They got planes and bombs and everything else, right? They could have wiped us out, but they can't
No.
extinguish you because by eliminating us, they eliminate themselves.
Ooh, Lord, have mercy. Mm. Yeah, they need us to survive.
Yes.
They want that melanin.
Yes.
They want those organs. Remember Henrietta Lacks?
Correct.
They used her DNA, her genetics to cure many people.
That's right. And think about this. They also, during real slavery times, they would let their little Caucasian babies suck off the breast of our women, right? Because the blueprint to all the universe was in the DNA of the sister. So if we were so bad, and so dumb and so ignorant, why would they have them suckling their own children suckling off our breasts? You know what I mean? Instead of their own. Because they needed to create geniuses and all that stuff. Because if we knew the blueprints to the universe, then they needed to create geniuses. And then they would have us, suckle off of cow's milk. Well, not suckle off of it, but drinking cow's milk. Right? And that was to dumb us down.
And it's interesting. Somebody just told me, I think it was early this morning on one of my podcasts, you're one of the original peoples if you're lactose intolerant. I was like, really? Because I thought everybody was lactose intolerant. Maybe I thought that because I'm lactose intolerant. But that's really interesting because the cow's milk wasn't for us.
Yeah, your body's rejecting something that's not natural. Yeah. Well, this has been good, and I really want to thank you.
It's my pleasure.
They really in the chat tonight, huh?
They are. We have 1,050 that I can see here.
What?
Yeah. And when we get off, we'll probably see that number's at least double because they don't always show you the correct number.
Oh, wow. Well, I want to thank everybody tonight for even hearing me out because, I've been holding a lot of this inside and I've been really just wanting to just get it off of me. But see, I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait till the right time because I truly believe in my spirit that there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth this month. You remember the movie called RV?
No.
It was called RV with Robin Williams.
No, I don't remember that movie. Let me look at that.
Pull up the image for the movie cover, the DVD cover.
RV. Okay. RV, movie called RV. Oh, okay.
Show that if you don't mind.
Sure. And when you say this month, you mean December?
Yep.
Okay. Is that tomorrow? That's tomorrow? That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Yeah.
Here it is. RV with Robin Williams. Here's the image.
You see that?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Now let's first start with Robin Williams.
Okay.
R is 18, W is 23. 18 and 23 is 41. Right?
Yeah.
Then his wife is played by Cheryl Hines. CH. Like H is the reversal and everything in threes, and C is the third letter. CH. You remember when Donald Trump first ran, he went against Hillary Clinton, HC?
Whoa.
It was reversal in energy times 3, right? So you got Cheryl Hines. And then you have this, you see the colors? The RV is in red, and then you got the green RV. So it's the red and the green of the Morocco.
Ha.
And the mountaintop, see the pyramid, that's the mountaintop.
And the background is blue.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is amazing.
But see, the thing about it, they talk about Christmas in the movie.
Okay.
And you know how they talk about the RV is going to happen before Christmas?
Yes.
Hey.
They said the prophet by the name of Kim Clement had said it was going to happen around Christmas time, and everybody was going to have a great Christmas. But nobody knew. We didn't know what year.
and think about the word Christmas, breaking in half. Christ and Mas.
Mas.
Christ was the more. That's why they said he was bronze with woolly hair and eyes like fire.
Wow.
Christ was the more. And that's why it's celebrated in the colors of red and green.
Wow.
And that's the time you receive gifts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said the three kings presented gold, frankincense, and what?
Myrrh.
More.
Myrrh. More. What? That's deep. Speaking of the three kings, they're saying that these protesters, and the name of this protest is called No Kings Protest. Is there any significance to that?
Because like I said, April Fools, you be a fool to think that, you can be king. And when I say that is a certain group of people can't be king. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to sound a certain way, but you can't be king on our land. You can go back to Europe and be king over there if you want to be. But over here, this is ours. This is our land. This is our crown. That's why they talk about tariffs, because, hey, the tribute has to be paid to the American people. It's no longer the IRS, where it's Internal Revenue Service, where we have to be taxed on our own land. It's now everyone else in the rest of the world paying the tribute to the American people. And they got to pay the taxes. They got to get a gold card.
So if you come over here as an immigrant, you have to come over here with a certain amount of money and have a gold card and pay tribute to the original Americans here. Americans or what? Okay.
The gold card is $2 million per person, but the platinum card is $5 million per person. And you have to maintain a $100,000 a year salary. If you get the platinum card, you're only able to stay on the American soil for 270 days, not 365 days. Well, what's 2 times 7? 14. That's what you see what I'm saying? So it's a ritual, but you can't stay here no longer than that, and you must create jobs for the American people. That's what this is about. And the Americans, by definition, April 14th, 1828, you already read it, copper-colored people.
Definition, 1828.
And you better think about the immigrants. Well, immigrants means somebody who came over a body of water from one continent to the other. Migrants mean somebody who belongs to the same land. So when they start talking about these Mexicans coming up here, they are just as much Americans as we are, because it's all part of the same land. They did not cross a body of water. They just came from one part of the land, no different from you going from one state to the next state. You just migrated from one state to the next state. It's a whole different set of, watch this, each state has its own constitution. Each state has its own rules and laws, right? So, but you're still operating with full faith and credit that, okay, I recognize what your laws are and everything else, and everything is just migration. But anyone that's coming from a body of water, they must pay a tribute to the American people.
Now, I've listened to Grand Master or Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, and he has said a long time ago that, that the indigenous people here are the ones that are misnomered or called Black African American. But he said a lot of people that come here calling themselves American are not original Americans, which means that's identity theft.
Most of the people stole your identity. You know how many of them have stolen it? Over 300 million.
Wow.
Guess how many Americans are there for real here? In 2020, 41 million.
Whoa.
Ooh, 41 million. 2020. Well, what's 20 times 20? 400. As in the 400 years, it was 41 million of us here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then here recently said 51 million. I don't know if that's true or not. But I do know what I told you, that when we get the land back, it's called Area 51. Now they're saying it's 51 million of us. Area 51.
And then finally, after, the government is, the deep state is being taken down. Then the republic will be restored. What happens after that? Then do we go back to tribal law and common law? We're going back to constitutional law, but what happens after that? Do we transition to our tribal ways?
Okay, so I guess the transition is going to look like this. You're going to see a lot of the so-called governors of each state start to resign.
Okay.
Once they, and you may start seeing a lot of things as early as tomorrow, but you'll definitely see things changing by December the 3rd, which is 41 times 3, 123, 12, 3. So you're going to see a lot of things start to fall.
1, 2, 3, and me. Oh, I just thought this.
Yeah, yes. Do that. Wait. What is it called?
1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and me.
Okay. Look that up. What is it called again?
1, 2, 3.
Is it 1, 2, 3, and me, or does it have another name?
1, 2, 3, and me DNA testing.
Okay.
I'll look it up and see what exactly they say. 1, 2, 3.
It's 23 and me.
Oh, it's 23. I'm sorry, family.
Wait. I gotta show you this, Doc. I gotta show you this.
Okay.
Because this is so relevant. This is also in my book already. Okay. Because you remember now the DNA that they said that, they doing DNA testing and all this stuff, and you trying to trace your ancestry and all that BS, right? Right? Yeah. If you think about it, the majority of those DNA tests, they are showing you that you're from all these other countries and you're barely even from the Americas.
Yeah. Thank y'all for correcting me. Mm-hmm.
Now let's do 23 and me. Watch this. Okay. 23, then you got M and E. 23, M is 13. So 23 plus 13 is 36. Then you got E is 5. 36 plus 5 is what? 41.
41.
It was a ritual, right? Then you talking about DNA. D is 4, N is 14, A is 1. Ain't that 41, 41? They did it in threes. You got 23 and E, 23 and me, which is 41, and then DNA, which is 41, 41. They did it 3 times. 41, 41, 41. Think about it.
Thank you. I didn't mean to get you off track, but you were talking about 123, and I don't know why that took me to 23.
Yeah, I don't know what that 1, 2, 3 is 42, 41 times 3. That's all.
So are we going back to common law? Is that where we were headed?
Common law is God's law. And we're going to treat people the common way. What's common is, okay, let's say what's common is you had a traffic light, right? Mm-hmm. And you don't see no cars anywhere nearby. But there's a red light. Well, it's common sense. If ain't nobody coming, you can go on and go through the light, and they ain't going to be trying to, say you broke the law.
And we had common law marriage where you didn't have to involve the state in your marriage.
That's right.
The license.
Man, I wish more people would think about jumping the broom and you know what I'm saying? Yes. And having witnesses witness your union, than having the state be the third party in your marriage. And you can always do your own contract if you want a contract with your spouse and create a trust between you and your spouse. So everything that you have in trust, if something happens where you may get divorced or whatever, you can always say, well, the trust is what is controlling our union. And we're the beneficiaries of that union, right? So if she dies or if she wants out, then I get this, and it's all broken out in the trust, right? It's all spelled out in the trust. Now, the other part of that, Doc, is this. If you choose not to have to do that, I would still do a trust and then have the trust. Watch this. If you want the state to recognize it, you can then have the trust authenticated by the Secretary of State of whatever state that you're in, authenticate the document, and then have the United States of America authenticate the state's document. And then when it has the Great Seal on it, then it has full faith and credit, and every state in the union now recognizes your marriage.
Wow, that's beautiful.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
That can actually happen. And it's a legal, well, a lawful document, not legal, but lawful document, right? And it has full faith and credit. So every judge is bound. See, the Secretary of State is the highest notary on the land. His signature or her signature is higher than any judge's signature. See, the judge only represents what county they're in, right? Okay. The Secretary of State represents the state, and he represents the transmitting utilities of each state. Think about a transmitting utility. It means a transition utility. Whatever I said, a utility is getting late. Transmitting utility is you transmitting from being dead to alive. So it means that I represent the all caps name and I represent the all lowercase name. That's what the Secretary of State does. So I recognize the dead and the living.
Wow, this has been really, really powerful. Very informative, very educational, very enriching. Thank you so, so very much. The Soul Tribe is saying they love this. They want a part 2. Will you be able to come back at some point in the near future and give us a part 2?
I'll do it for you.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for them. I really respect you, and I respect what you've been bringing to you. I'm being real. You've meant a lot to me over the last few years. You've been a sister, and you've been a confidant. You've been so much as far as keeping me on my journey and to keep positive energy pouring into me. I just really appreciate that. I really do. And I think we kind of, what I appreciate about you the most is you really surround yourself with positive people. Yes, and you really try to filter out all that negative energy. And I learn from you, and I see that in you. And that's all I want to do. I want to give back the way you give back.
And I learned from you. And then if the Soul Tribe has heard me say, I got this information from my Moorish friend, my friend who's a Moor, who doesn't want to be, brought to the forefront yet. But I'm just so honored that you even thought enough of me to share this information. And we've been friends through the years where you've helped me see through the codes, the rituals, the gematria, and help me to decode and decipher what's really going on behind the scenes. So just as much as you respect me, I respect and honor you. And I'm very grateful to have you in my life. You're welcome. So finally, go ahead. Tell us about your book. Go ahead.
Well, the name of the book is called The Copper King, The Transition in Power. And I've been working on this book since COVID began. And I knew it was the end of the 400 years. And I did know that there was going to start being a transition happening. And I'm probably over 1,000 pages in with a lot of research. And it shows all the rituals that were in the music industry and the TV industry and the film industry, and even in politics and with government and with everything that's going on in the world. And they've been doing rituals with the weather. I guarantee you, if you were to look, you remember I told you that Tennessee is going to be the new capital of Egypt. I guarantee you, if you look up tomorrow's weather for Tennessee, do that if you don't mind. Look up Nashville weather for tomorrow, which is Monday, and see what it's going to say. Okay. And I don't know. Nashville weather for Monday.
Weather for Monday. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. Thank you for staying up with us, family. Thank you, Chief Mac, for being in the house. We appreciate you. I sent you a link, Chief Mac, and in case you wanted to wrap it up and give us a benediction. But hold on, I'm looking it up, Brother Bey. Okay, Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to be 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity. What's the high going to be? What do I look for?
What's that at the bottom?
41. Get out.
I did not know that.
And the low is 23. You better get out of here.
Right? Now, ain't that a trip?
Yes.
Because they're letting you know. Okay, what I'm telling you is they're doing rituals by weather. By the weather. They're doing rituals by they put it in the movies, they put it on the Powerball and Mega Millions. They're letting you know what is really going on.
So what are they saying with the high 41 and the low 23? What are they really saying? The Kings are coming back, and what else?
They're just saying that, okay, today is 11:30. That's 41.
Okay.
And they're letting you know that in the month of December, that's when the real transition in power back to your crown is going to begin.
And what's that 23? 23 and me. What's that 23?
23 and me, right? Yeah. But 23, think about it. Who's the most famous basketball player that wore the number 23?
The gentleman from Chicago. Why his name is
Michael who?
Jordan.
And his nickname is what?
Air Jordan.
Air. Not A-I-R, but H-E-I-R.
Oh my God. Yes, he is remarkable. Family, if you enjoying this and you like to support this amazing gentleman who dropped so much knowledge with us, please send him a blessing, a donation to let him know that we appreciate him and we support his work. Everybody is going through something right now financially. I don't know his personal story, but I'm sure everybody could use a blessing, and he's sharing his gift for us. And we want to reward him for sharing his gift or thank him by sending him a Cash App or a donation to $, all rights reserved. Cash App, $, ALLRIGHTS RESERVED. And also, if you want to get on his list to, do a pre-order of his book that's coming out, send him a message to jajorlaw33@gmail.com.
And Dr.
my friend,
Dr. King,
you're welcome. Yes.
This has been 3 hours and 41 minutes.
I saw that.
Boy, we putting the power back into this.
This is awesome.
We putting the energy into this.
Hey, Chief Mac in the house. He wanted to add something to this amazing conversation. Hey, Chief.
I mean, y'all interrupted my beauty sleep, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm so fired up, man. I want to say to God be the glory, and that's the God in us. We are the glory. Brother Bey did an outstanding job, man.
Thank you, brother.
And iron sharpens iron, brother.
That's right.
It's our time. It's our redemption. That the melanated brothers and sisters are being put back in their rightful place.
Yeah.
And this is no hate, guys, because when we're put back in position, remedy, love, redemption happens for us all. when the right people are put back in position. Because at our highest, we are righteous people. We are loving people. So heaven is being brought back to earth, guys.
Mm-hmm.
These entities turned our world into a herald. They turned our world inside out, upside down, and flipped around and
Mm-hmm.
made us fall in love with that and taught us how to be evil, wicked, and trifling to each other. And the world is switching. It's not the same world anymore. Brother Bay knows it's not the same world. And if you are still operating in 3D, guys, you're going to get left behind.
Mm.
So the Christ conscious is us. We have resurrected, born again. The sleeping giants are us. That America is Egypt. America is true East. Because I want to go live and talk about the law of reversal and show how they
Okay.
switched everything around and that everything that they tell us is in reverse. And they give us these celebrities to give us things written in coding. And then that's why it's important to know gematria and numerology, because that's an ancient language. And you'll find out the truth. And some of this truth that you'll find out is going to be hard and unimaginable to accept. But numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. And so you, myself, Brother Bay, Rod Hayes, and anybody else, the melanated brothers and sisters, the world is watching us because we've been put back on
Mm-hmm.
top and we're telling the true organic story. Our
Mm.
story, not his story, but our story. And it's just amazing. I'm just one in the mix to give my point of view. I'm also writing the book myself, you know. And I'm just all just information. Rod Hayes, myself, you, all of us, we telling our own story, and we link up, and it's mixing and linking up the things that I've been saying about the straw man, about the you know this matrix and everything. America makes the world go round.
That's the truth.
This
That's
land
the truth.
right here is the ancient land, and it makes the world go around so much to the point that the United Snakes Corporation had to come here to enrich everybody else.
Mm.
And this is why, and then people don't try to have an understanding, not an understanding, because you never overstand when you're understanding. See how we feel as a people when our essence and everybody has become the fiduciary over our estate.
That's wild.
And that why do you think that there are more melanated men and women in the prison system? Because the prison system is how the world gets rich. Because when they put our people in prison, they're pulling money from their estate so that you guys can live your most amazing life.
And Brother Bay was just confirming a lot of things that you've been teaching us.
They are pulling from our estate. They're also changing their identity and pulling from our deceased loved one estates. They
Mm.
come over here empty-handed, and then next you know, they run the jewelry store. They got a cleaners. They got gas station. And all of this stuff is infiltration into our communities, guys. They pull the money out so money won't go back into fixing the potholes while children can have playgrounds to play without no glass. And also trafficking. So how do you think we feel?
Mm.
And see, I'm just one of the ones, the soldiers on the front line with Brother Bay, Rod Hayes, and the other supporting people. A sheep that's sounding our voice like a trumpet in hopes that not just our people, but all people can hear the
Mm.
truth. And we're all being watched in everything you do, every decision, every choice you made, whether it's good or bad, it's been accounted for, everything we do.
For real.
And so I'm just ecstatic because we're turning back over to a true organic Republican, guys. So I don't want to kick you guys up. I know I'm kind of long with it, but I just want to say, Dr. Kidd, thanks for
Yes.
beautiful show. I was saying that you guys, Brother Bey got to come on for another live too. Brother Bey, I want to invite you on my show so we can chop it up. We'll talk, man. It's been a pleasure, brother.
Thank you so much. And I have been checking you out over the last year or two through Dr. Kia, and I just want to say thank you too, man, because you have always shared your wisdom. And what's so great about you and Dr. Kia is that with your information too, you can cross-reference it and know that you're speaking facts and not just just talking off the hoof. You really talking about some real stuff that people can learn from, and hopefully somebody would learn and their lives will be enriched from it. But see, the thing is, the problem with our people is we don't really want to learn how to get out of the indoctrination status.
Yeah,
we want to stay in that dead state of mind instead of saying, wait a minute, someone may actually be showing you how to get to the light. And you've been showing us how to get to the light, both of you.
Thank you.
thank you, brother.
Ain't that like the children of Israel in the Bible? When Moses led them out of, so-called slavery, so-called Egypt, there's no historical documentation that proves that they were enslaved in Egypt, but that's what the biblical story says. But when he took them out of Egypt, they murmured and complained. Why you take us out of slavery? Why you bring us out in the wilderness? We're never going to make it to the promised land. At least over there in Egypt, under Pharaoh's thumb, we had food, we had housing, we had government benefits, we had entitlement benefits, we had welfare. Why you take us out of there? What's wrong with you taking us away from our enslaver and our government? Why would you try to get us free? That sounds just like us.
But you know what's going to be the coolest thing about all this? Because like I said, Revelations 20:21, God said there's going to be a new heaven, a new earth, and no more sea. Well, when there's a new heaven, this land, especially in the land of places like Memphis, Nashville, and some of these other, even Oklahoma City, they're going to rival that of Dubai. And we're going to have our own government and our own ways of doing things. So even when people come over here with this so-called gold card or whatever they got, they got to abide by our rules.
Come on.
And you're not going to just be over here having your so-called, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. You ain't going to have your so-called white privilege, because that's going to be over, because everything you do over here is going to have to be in harmony with the American people.
And speaking of white privilege, a lot of those people that can, it's not, go ahead, go Chief.
Let me say, and because I just felt the energy that came across with Brother Bey say, white privilege. Let me break it down to you.
Break it down.
White is not a color, because you have people from India who is darker than us who has white privileges. And all white privileges means is that an African, a people from India, Asia, can all come over here and classify under white. Even I can classify it as white. Yeah. Because it don't mean a color, it's a status.
It's a status.
And so when they come over here and they classify as white, what they're saying is that we get a privilege that the people calling themselves black X themselves out from getting. So I'm gonna break this shit down to you. So get out your damn feelings, okay? Because I want what belongs to me, that my forefathers have in trust.
Correct.
In this land. So this is why let me say, this is why it's important for Chief Mac. I'm thorough with this. Without me saying, put a trust in your name, because it's going to take your name out of all caps to the uppercase, lowercase, man. And the courts cannot deal with the uppercase, lowercase, man, because they turn you to a corporation, because they can only deal with a corpse. And this is why I've been saying
a fictitious entity.
No, which is a straw man. So the judge wears black because he's coming to a weight, because you don't know that you are unalive. If you're trying to holler and scream, but he don't hear you because you're underwater.
Which is why you need an attorney to attorney for you or to speak
Come
on your
on.
behalf, because you're a minor and you're not fit to speak on your own behalf in court.
Correct.
Come on
And
now. Come on now.
the attorney acts as a medium because he's talking between the dead and the living.
Look at
Mm.
that, man. And the judge is just a referee. And
That's
the clerk,
it.
of course, was running it all, laughing at the gullible sheeple. Come on, man. We got this, man. The dynamic dude here tonight, man.
So you have Africans that are from the continent that come over here and they classify as white. You have Indians. Everybody and their mama come over here and their status is white. That's why they tell you I'm not black. We get mad at them. They're not.
You can't be recognized as black.
And they use these celebrities say, I'm black and I'm proud. And then guys shoot Negro saying the same thing. And what you said is, I'm dead and I'm proud and I don't want to wake up.
And you know, James Brown never said it. He had them children say it.
Oh.
Say it loud. That's all he said. And then
Oh
the children said, I'm black and I'm proud.
Yep.
Ooh.
You see how this beast system used these celebrities
Yep.
to put the truth in your face? And I'm going
That's
to go even deeper on the different topic about who these celebrities are
Okay.
and what
Who
kind
are
of world we're in. And so I can really go, this is why when you have the vibration and understanding for overstanding that you have, I have, and Brother Bey have, we can't do no wicked and no evil. I don't care who got that said it, because we understand that what you do, you're creating a karmic death for yourself to be incarnated back into something that you don't want to even imagine. We're
Right
not
on.
trying to do it. We're not
Right
trying to
on.
do it. So the lies that's been spoken about me, I alchemize that shit and I thrive on it. You understand that? You because you understand it when you should be understanding that. I know this. So I don't do no wrong to nobody because I'm not trying to have it come back on me. And in fact, I'm thriving. I will be living my most amazing life. I will be happy. I will have perfect health because I've spoken and I don't believe it. I know it.
Correct.
I'm like you too. I live a righteous life, a life full of integrity. I don't believe in saying, oh, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. You can't be perfect. I was raised with the scripture that says, be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. Be ye holy, for I am holy. Now, when you exegete and eisegete the word perfect, when you look at it within the context of its historical reference and the context of the languages which it was speaking, and you break down the etymology of the word perfect, it means be ye whole and complete, for the Father is complete. So I grew up with that overstanding or understanding that I'm going to live a circumspect lifestyle, being whole, complete, and doing my best not to just make a bunch of mistakes, to be intentional about my lifestyle, to be intentional about how I spend my money, be intentional about my thoughts, be intentional about the words I speak, be intentional about my private parts and who I give them to, be intentional about my energy, all of that, because I was preparing myself for such a time as this. So somebody says something that you're not going to hear them saying Dr. Kia Pruitt stole somebody's husband. She stole their money. She slept with all these people, and this is what y'all need to learn how to do things without just be living so loud on the internet. Oh, I did this. I slept with this many people. I did that. Learn how to be discreet. Live a complete, wholesome life and be discreet, even in your mistakes. But for such a time as this, I knew my mission, I knew my purpose, and I was going to live. I made sure I lived a circumspect lifestyle so that people can follow the leadership. I believe in leadership. I grew up hearing pastors saying, I didn't want God to send me. I said, God, don't send me. I don't want to be a leader. I'm like these grown behind men sitting up here crying, whining, and telling me I never wanted to be sent. I was the one that said, send me, I'll go. I'll lead the people into righteousness. I'll lead them out of slavery. I'll teach the women how to be women. I'll instruct the children. Send me, I'll go. And that's what we need that. We need our elders and leaders to step forward and stop being cowards and stop being wayward and stop being loose with our minds, our thoughts, and our bodies and help the people get out of slavery. And I yield.
Yes, we do. We need to correct our men from attacking our women and running their damn mouths about our women. If any man is out here speaking ill on a woman like this right there, we need to slam dunk his ass. Excuse my French.
Mm.
If any man out here speaking the vow on a woman of this caliber of Dr. Kier, he need to be handled.
Thank you, Chief.
Because we got some out there running their damn mouth about
We
this
do.
woman.
We do.
Running their mouth about this woman, want to be heard and want to be seen. We need to get at him.
Saying I'm lying and none of this is happening and putting my name
All
out there.
that.
But I'm not even, I used to be upset, but I've been doing this for so long.
It comes along with the territory. It comes along with the territory, but we don't let no Negro get away with attacking women and calling women up and threatening women, and then think ain't nothing gonna happen to him. Negro, you're watching this, boy, and we coming at you, boy. We watching you. You gonna watch this. Your days are numbered in the righteous way for putting your mouth on women and threatening women lives. We coming at you, and you know who you are.
Yeah, they watch us. They watch our lives, follow our instruction, buy up currencies, enrich themselves. You've taught them how to live in sovereignty and correct statuses and all this, and then they slander our name.
Yeah.
And say they're gonna unalive us.
I'm saying all men who want to know who this character is, hit me up. Hit me up. Who want to know what this character is that's threatening women and come and put Dr. here about. Hit me up if you're righteous, because we're gonna let this brother know what the deal is.
Talking about they're gonna unalive the women, the righteous women that's spreading this truth.
No, the role of the man is to protect the woman, and you have to protect the righteous woman.
No doubt.
We need her. We need her. So you've been telling the truth, and some people just can't handle the truth, and that's all it is. And for those who choose to be ignorant, let them be ignorant. But they're gonna have to face justice at some point.
Ooh.
And justice will be handled.
And justice will be handled. Because we ain't gonna play with it. The owls are the ones who create the law. That's the woman. The bays are the ones who govern the law. That means we enforce what you say.
Wow. The owls, the bays, and who else? Is that it?
El Day and the Alis, and that's a noble title.
Oh, okay.
El is as in Elohim. Al is in Allah. And they said God may have some feminine energy there because Mother Nature is a woman. And everything is going back to nature.
Yes.
And God's law, land, air, and water is nature. We got you.
I appreciate that. We need the feminine energy to be protected, and we need our females to stand up and take care of the babies.
And for those who want to come at you with negative energy, I'm just going to encourage y'all. Why don't y'all just take that energy somewhere else? And for those who want to learn something and have some good energy, and we all try to rise together, then this is the format to be watching and to listen and to learn from. Take that negative energy somewhere else, because it ain't about that no more.
It's not.
And when in this month of December, you're going to really see our people rise like you never seen before. So I ain't even worried about it.
Glory.
Because the powers that be are going to handle them.
Somebody wanted to ask this question. We can answer this on another live, or you all can address it. They want to know, is polyamory the way? I don't know if they meant polygyny or polyandry, but they asked for polyamory. Polyandry is one woman that has several wives. Polygyny is one man that had, polyandry is one woman that has several husbands. Polygyny is one man that has several wives. Polyamory is kind of like a free-for-all where you can have as many lovers as you want. I don't know why they asked that. Maybe they just mean in order to make more babies. But anybody want to answer that question?
Well, I can go back to the tribal times. And when you go back to the tribal times, recreation wasn't about how many wives you could really have. They said it takes a village to raise a child. The village was the several different mothers, and each mother had its own skill set. And the only reason why you created that village is because, see, you know, you couldn't create an army by having one baby every 9 months.
Yep.
You had to have several wives to have
Exactly.
5 or 6 babies in 1 year. And then that's how you built up your farmers of the land. They took care of the land and they protected the land, and that was your army. And if you were about to go to war, well, they would figure it out. We had our own way of doing politics, and it was called the peace pipe. And we sit around in a circle and smoke some weed, pass it to the left-hand side, right? Right? And by the time we finished smoking that weed, we were like, well, you take some goats. You know what I'm saying? You take some goats, I'll take me some tobacco, we good. You know.
I'm glad you brought that up because
you didn't. She meant polygyny, or whoever that was. They said they meant polygyny.
They gave us religion to steer us away from building that infrastructure. So you can only have one. But if you go back to the ancient days, it wasn't so much about they made it. They perverted the idea in the mind. When that was about, like the Brother Bey said, building an army. When the Creator said, be fruitful and multiply. How else can you see a man can multiply several different women at one time?
But don't you have to be able to afford all those wives?
Well,
here comes the woman and be like, can
it's going back. It's going back to that. That's why an overflow is coming to the righteous men. So it's going back to that, because as we had the land back then, and however much land you had, you can have that many children. The land is the wealth. That's the wealth. The land was the wealth. Now they created the fiat currency so that they can steal our inheritance by, fractionalizing our deposit into the bank. But now that the fiat currency is no more, we're going back to an organic republican, which there are men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who can who can practice what our ancestors practiced, because we got to rebuild. Because through the Jim Jones juice, they have tried to poison our women. Took a lot. What they don't tell you, a lot of women that took that shot had to have hysterectomies.
Yeah.
Now the women who didn't, and the men who are out here, we're gonna, now it's time for us to rebirth and incarnate those souls back into life in a righteous way. We have to go back and incarnate these souls that have been withered away from the shadow of anything else, and operate in trust. So when they come back in, we're teaching them out of religion, because religion is on its way out of here.
There are some people that are saying their grandparents had 16 children, 19 children, that it is possible for a woman to have a lot of babies. Some say many believes that we can only be pregnant 3 months. So yeah, we can have 4 babies a year if that's the case. I don't know what they're trying to say, but
you know what?
Yes.
It goes back to what Spike Lee's company is called, 40 Acres and a Mule. Ain't 40 plus 1 is 41.
Yes.
40 acres and a mule. And where was Spike Lee from? What school? Morehouse, House of the Moors. So he was letting you know. Letting you know. And that's why he met with the Pope a couple of weeks ago. Letting you know.
12.
How you like that? So and he was saying the land is the wealth, 40 acres and a mule.
This has been really powerful. Really powerful.
And that's your oil. That's your oil. That's your oil.
I was going to say that.
That's your gold. That's your silver and your copper. That's everything that's natural.
And you want to know why that oil is so powerful? Because the oil is the blood of these titans.
You're correct.
The blood,
you're correct.
The oil is rich. And the titans were unalive, And we are the incarnations of the Titans in these small bodies. This ain't our first tango. The oil is coming, it's the blood of these Titans. That's why it's so rich in minerals. Come on now.
He's right.
Mm,
He's definitely right.
mm.
That is the blood. And the blood is the oil is the lubricant of the land. That's why when you have friction with these earthquakes, the only reason why you have friction is because somebody keeps extracting all the oil because you're taking all the lubricant from the land.
Oh,
You got empty pockets for things. That's why you have a lot of collapsing, land collapsing in America, because it's collapsing because they're pulling the oil.
That's right.
And then they're drilling inside these mountains. Lookout Mountain in Nashville, Tennessee. It's the remains of a giant Titan. That thing is huge.
Well, hey Chief Mac, you think they call them the Tennessee Titans?
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
why?
Come on, man.
The Titans once walked the earth.
There you go, brother.
They were once a mile and a half to 2 miles tall, and the technology came and wiped them out. And it's what you call petrification. Mountains once cried.
And that's why they call them Himalayan mountains, because he's laying down on that mountain. Himalayan.
Man. Yeah.
And that pink salt ain't nothing but the muscle tendons.
Yep. It's good because it's protein.
Yeah, it's protein.
Crystallized protein. Man.
That's what it is. That's why it's
Y'all in here teaching today.
Come on, we dropping gems, man. Y'all better get on it, man. Get on it, man.
If you want to support Brother Jacob Bey for this beautiful lesson here, send him a blessing or a donation through his Cash App by sending it to $ all rights reserved. $ALLRIGHTSRESERVED. All all rights reserved.
And I got the first $100 donation to my brother Bey. Match me if you can.
Thank you, brother. Hey, Chief Mac,
you keep on talking. I'm gonna give you $200, man. Keep on running your mouth.
Oh Lord! But let me say this. Going back to your Titans thing, you know, these caves that we have in these so-called mountains, which were nothing but the Titans, right? The caves were nothing but the pathway into your ears, your nostrils, your eyes, your penis, and your anus.
Your uterus and all that.
Yeah, and your uterus. Those were the cave entrances.
And the Kentucky is laced with them.
And if you find water inside of them, that ain't nothing but water inside the belly.
Yep. Come on, man. Come on. Kentucky, King Tuck.
King Tuck. And I guarantee you, wait a minute, hold on, I'll do this for you.
Look, man, I done got you started, man. Come on, man. We gotta get these people to go to work tomorrow, man.
Man, these people loving this. Hold on, I gotta bring one up though. Hold on.
What's up?
I'm gonna drop one more jewel and then we can go.
No, you ain't gonna go. You ain't gonna go.
You sound like pastors now. I'm gonna say this one last thing, then I'm gonna take my seat.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
You know the zip code to Fort Knox?
Wow, no.
It starts with 401. 41. Then you know that's where the King's Gold is. Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Wow.
Kentucky is Egypt.
Yep.
Whoa.
That's why I found that giant pyramid on my way to that posting right there in Kentucky.
Yes, it's showing up is. I think it's off like Highway 80 or something like that.
I was driving.
It's showing up there.
I was driving and I have a hormone inside my body. Listen, brother, you said I have wax coming out my ears all by itself.
See?
My body is humming.
You see that 41? There you go.
40121.
Man, you remember what I said? 401k as in Kentucky.
What were you saying, Chief? You had wax coming out of your ears?
I have a lot of wax in my body that is vibrating, and I have wax coming out my ears like I've never had before.
Decalcification of your pineal gland. That's all it is, and that you getting more in tune with the universe, and you're gonna be a powerful being, brother.
Soul Tribe is saying they're really loving this.
Thank you.
Somebody said Mammoth Cave. I believe Mammoth Cave is in Kentucky.
Oh, they found a sarcophagus over there. I can't even say the word. So
Look,
but
Kentucky, yeah, too, brother, Kentucky, Tennessee,
yes,
Ohio, Mississippi. That's a valley of deceased titans that run all the way through that. And when I ride, that's why I love riding the highway, either 65 going south or 75 going south. You see those giant mountains and hills, and I know that those are the remains of petrified giants.
correct.
And you ride it, because I know what this land, I know that America. And let me tell you something. In Tennessee, the zoo in Memphis, Tennessee,
Yeah,
is actually an old ancient Egyptian relics. They
and
turned it into a zoo.
the flags in the entranceway are red and green.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
America is ancient Kemet. This is Jerusalem. This is
Correct.
Egypt. And
Yeah,
we are those Egyptians, the so-called black men and black women. We have woken up from the slumber, and we are
correct.
telling the story. The world is listening to us because we are the ancient people here. We're actually angels having a been experience on earth. So the world needs to know who we are. So we're not black. No, we're not falling for it. And so we just telling our story because now, if we're doing this, it's because we have been sent. We wasn't born. Brother Bay, me, Dr. Kid, we are the righteous are fighting each other, and we are sent here, and we have been mandated to sound our voice like a trumpet, to in hopes that the people who are meant to hear it hear us and make the changes in their life during this golden era.
Well, they say in the last days you're going to hear the trumpet. That's why you got Donald who? Trump.
Trump.
Exactly.
He's sounding off. And see, to some people, it's a loud and obnoxious noise. But those who are awakened, it's a beautiful sound.
No doubt.
Ooh-wee. Yes. Yes.
See,
who
see,
you?
look, wait. Let me show
Go
you
ahead.
let me show you the spell. His
Okay.
name is Don Trump. Don, if you reverse it, what is it? Nod.
Nod.
Like you was asleep for 400 years. You nodded to sleep. So somebody had to wake you up, Don,
Ooh.
with the trumpet. And don't think for a minute, he goes back to Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't go to the White House. He was in a Moroccan architect home.
I went past that home. It is beautiful. That is like
That's
a
Moroccan
regal.
architecture.
Yes, it is.
And
yes,
he had the Trump Taj Mahal.
And for all we know, because we know about these people wearing masks,
yeah.
it could be a brother with a mask on, man.
That's true.
And here's the killer part. It takes a realtor, a real estate agent, somebody in real estate, to restore the land.
Beautiful.
That's why you never had a previous president that did anything in real estate.
What a
Now, what is
glorious time to be alive.
Mar-a-Lago? It is a wonderful time to be alive. What is
That's where
Mar-a-Lago?
That's down in Florida.
No, I've been past it, but is there any significance to that word? Why he chose to make that his home?
Yeah, I don't really know the name, what it means, but I know that it's Moorish architecture.
Okay. Mar-a-Lago. Mar is water, I think. Mar is more. Spanish is a resort and national historic landmark. I know Mar means war. I think it means, more and water. Huh. Okay, just wondering. Beautiful. What an amazing time to be alive.
When you are connected to the right people and source. That's one of my sayings I can. When you connected to the right people, me, you, and Brother Bey are the right people connected to each other. And the soul tribe. And It's like we're lining up, we're finding each other, and this is just it's never ever been a time like this in history. Never. And it's
The etymology of Mar-a-Lago is it means sea to lake in Spanish, reflecting the fact that the estate extends from one side of Palm Beach Island to the other, touching the Atlantic Ocean. It means sea to lake. Okay. People are asking, isn't he going to be the last president?
for what we hear, yes.
Donald means world river, someone said. World river. Thank you, V. Okay. Yes, Brother Jacob, that whole part, somebody said. Dr. Clay said, I exchange my currencies at the exchange center. Okay. Beautiful. I'm going to wait till those rates go higher and there's a formal, reinstatement and reevaluations of the currencies. But that's good news. You have to let us know how that went when you exchange your currencies. So if you want to contact Chief Mack for a trust or for consultations, then you can do so by emailing him at unityinmotion45@yahoo.com. And he will be glad to assist you. And likewise, if you want to support Brother Jacob Bey, you can send him a cash app, $, all rights reserved. And if you want to get on his mailing list or his list for for the pre-order of his book coming out, then you can contact him here at dejurelaw33@gmail.com. That's DEJURELAW33@gmail.com. We also want to say thank you for all those that have gotten a trust from Chief Mack. He has the #1 bank story in this whole currency community, where Mrs. C went to the bank and she opened up her account through her new trust that Chief Mack helped her get. They rolled out the royal carpet. They told her how to set up her WISE account, how to have her. They talked about the quantum financial account. They verified and confirmed that the global currency reset and the RV or revaluation of currencies was authentic. And they were so ecstatic to help her. They were asking her, are you hungry? Are you cold? How can we assist you? They were rolling out the red carpet. They told her about banking perks for people who were, now going to experience this new wealth. And they kept asking her, who sent you? Who is this Chief Mack guy that sent you? Give him our contact. That lets you know how powerful this what's it called, a Rockefeller Trust is, that helps you live outside the jurisdiction of the government. Anything you want to say about that, Chief?
It's just a beautiful story. For those who hadn't heard the story, just go there and check it out. It was just a tear jerker because her mom transitioned, her son transitioned, and it's just and she was turned down by that bank by some people. Go back 4 months to I told her don't give up, and no don't mean no all the time. And she went back, and it was young people there from 30 to 40s, and they were like I said, they were like angels on the show. When she walked, they were like angels who took her in, and they come to find out, it was the banker name is Angel. Yeah,
beautiful. You can follow Chief Mack on his YouTube channel, where he's resurrecting his channel now. He's going live and speaking there. So just look for him, Chief Mack, on YouTube. You can. You can't follow Jacob Bey right now, or not that you can't, but right now he's just leaving his contact information so you can get on his pre-order list. So you can, pre-order the book, or you might want to contact him for something else. But you can also support him by sending a cash app. Any final words? I'll let you go first, Brother Jacob Bey. Any final words to the Soul Tribe?
Like I said, I just want to say thank you. I love you both. I love all those who listen. And I appreciate your support. And everybody who cash out me tonight, thank you. That's really been kind of you. And, I'm looking forward to doing things with you in the future, because there's so much to learn and so much to unravel. And, we are in the age of Aquarius, and that means the veil must come off, and we're ready for that to happen. So I'm ready.
and you're going to come on, and you're welcome to come on anytime to do a part 2, as well as go on Chief Mac's channel. He's extending an invitation for you to come on there and drop those jewels and information with the Soul Tribe that didn't have the opportunity to come here. So
Okay.
I'll make sure you get his contact information. You can email him at unityinmotion45@yahoo.com, but I'm sure Chief will let me know. Huh?
Yeah, just give him my number.
Okay. And then finally, Chief, we're going to ask you to say any last words, benedictions, prayers, or anything you wanted to say to the Soul Tribe.
I just want to say, to God be the glory. I want to say glory, hallelujah. For our redemption is here.
Yes.
It's been a long time coming, brothers and sisters. Let's stop arguing and fussing and fight and compete with each other. Let's link up and hold hands together and cry out to the ancestors, the Great Spirit, that we appreciate them, that we are ready for the change of arms and bring heaven on earth like it initially was. This is our earth. And so I just want to say, I'm proud of us. We've answered the call because we have been mandated. We have been sent. It wasn't born to be alive and thriving. And at the age we are the X generation, are the movers and shakers of the earth. And we're changing the world. And I'm just happy about that. I'm just a number. I'm one of the soldiers. And we are on the front line of righteousness. So I just want to say I'm grateful for that, that no weapon formed against us will prosper. I speak over Brother Bey, you, myself, that we are divinely guided and protected, and that any force that deem us harm mentally, spiritually, physically, and emotionally, we turn it back on you. Touch not my anointing, and through my prophetess or prophets, no harm. And so it is. So
No
it be.
harm. Amen. Thank you, Chief Mac. Somebody is asking me, how can they join the Soul Tribe? Well, if you just want to hear our lives that we do here on this channel, then just go to Dr. Kia Pruitt, or my handle on YouTube is Dr. Kia Pruitt Official. But you can look up Dr. Kia Pruitt. I have about 14 to 15,000 subscribers on this new channel. There are many fake channels, but this is my official channel. My handle is at Dr. Kia Pruitt Official. But if you want to go to our private group where we talk about investments, we dive into information on foreign currencies, gold and silver, then I'll drop the link for you to join the private group there. Chief Mac comes on and talks specifically to that private group about certain things that we don't necessarily bring to the forefront, because everybody doesn't want all this information. Everybody can't handle this information. Everybody can't handle the level of wealth about which we're speaking. So I'll drop that link in the chat as well.
Real quick, I want to say this, Dr. Kidd. Guys,
absolutely.
If there's anybody coming in the form of me or Dr. Kidd soliciting you to join this and give you information, it is not us that's doing this. On my old page, it's been kind of like hacked. I'm not going to ask you for any money. I'm not going to ask you to give an account. I'm not going to ask you any of that. If so, if there's anybody, because there's a lot of fake pages out here with Dr. Kidd, she's not going to call you or inbox you, neither me, to ask you and solicit you for anything. And these the pages I see these pages coming up with my name and they're trying to solicit people. It's not me.
Yeah, and people are like giving to these people to set up a QFS account. And these are some people that I know that said, hey, Dr. Kia, thank you for saying, you wanted me to set up this QFS account. I put money in that account. Now I'm ready to withdraw it. Can you help me withdraw it? And I'm thinking, I never told anybody to set up an account, but it's a fake account in my name. So I agree with the chief. It must be time for us to get off, because now my computer is freezing up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you so much, Soul Tribe. They're saying gratitude to Chief Mac, gratitude to Dr. Bey, Brother Bey. They want you to come back. This was good. We've been on for 4 hours, 27 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Do you want to push for the magic number?
Go ahead. Why
No,
not?
I'm just messing with- no. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay. Okay. We
You know,
appreciate you.
I was going to say push for 441. We're going to go for the Jubilee.
Go ahead. Go for 441. Go ahead. Any more things you want to say?
Oh, I'm good. You know, I can roll with whatever you all got going on. Y'all speak on the topic. I'm ready to go.
My Lord.
Because you know what? The coolest thing about any of this is that it doesn't matter. This thing has always been about our people. And it's always been about us, and whether they were stealing your credit, whether they were trying to keep you from rising, whether they were whatever. But all it's really been about was that 400-year prophecy, because they weren't supposed to allow us to rise for those 400 years. Well, that is over with. Those years are over with. And now they can't stop you from rising. We must reign. That's why that Pope signed that document yesterday on November the 30th. Because technically it's December the 1st now. He
Yeah, you
signed
showed
that
us
document.
that document.
That's right.
Brother Bey, that the Phoenix cell, the Phoenix represents saying, "We shall rise again." I am going to eventually, probably, hopefully tomorrow or the day after, I am going to go to a 200,000 square foot palace in a hidden location in Atlanta. And on the side of the building, built by the indigenous people, it has a phoenix. And there's the word that says resurging. When you look up the word resurging, it said, "And we shall rise again." It was written. Powerful.
And
Engraved in stone.
you know who gave that speech for Barack Obama, right? It was
Who?
Maya Angelou.
Still I rise.
Still I rise.
Mhm.
So
Can I read this? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please read that.
This
That's
is the
key.
yes, and you showed us this is the Pope signed something on today. And the Pope is what'd you say about the number 14? What'd you say?
Oh, you know, that represents so-called white supremacy.
Pope Leo the 14th. Okay, here's
Right.
what he signed. It says, can y'all see that? Let me make sure you can see it on
I
your
can,
screen.
yeah.
Okay. It says, oh, I didn't mean to take that away. I'm gonna read it for the Soul Tribe. 1 second, family. My goodness. Is that it? I apologize. I somehow got out of there. That's not Area 51. You know, you sent me all these some beautiful email, and some of them is about Area 51. Is this it? That's not it, is it?
That's the Area 51, but that wasn't the letter. Raise up on that one, though. Go up to the next image on that same thing you just had open.
Okay, let me stop sharing and go back. On the Area 51?
Yeah, go to that.
Okay, share the screen.
Because I want people to see that. I think it's the last image on that.
Okay, hold on. Of course, let's see, having an issue. Is this it? Nope. Where's Area 51? No, I can't find it. No, that's crazy. It went away. Okay, let me go to your email again, Bey. Jacob Bey. Build up these images. Okay, Area 51. Area 51 and the rise of Egypt.
There you go. That's it.
Okay. You also sent me a document, and you said you might want to make this a PDF, but I can't remember what that was. We can go over that another time if you want.
Yeah, just if you don't mind, try that email I just shot to you, and go to the last.
Okay, not this here.
No,
you said go
not that one. Go to the last image on there. No, you were in the right email.
Okay.
There were several images on that one email.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Just scroll down. There you go. Yeah. Now stop there.
Okay.
And this was November 1st. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Today would mark 30 days from that date. December 1st. Okay, because everything in threes. And the number 10 means God's promise and God's word. So it's the rise You see that king in the middle? And you see how it's shaped like the V? Those lights are shaped like the V on the side of it?
Where's the king? I don't see the. Oh, this here?
Yeah. In the
Okay.
background. The image
Right
in the
there.
background.
The blue. Okay.
No. Right
The
up here.
pharaoh head?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
That's King Tut.
Yeah. Okay.
TU and TU in reverse. T is 20, U is 21. That's 41 forward and 41 in reverse. And they're letting you know that's the rise of a deity or return of a deity. And they're letting you know Egypt of the West is now rising. Egypt of the East is Africa. Egypt of the West is America. That's why Trump tore down the East Wing, because the East represents the dead and the West must rise.
Woo.
But to be honest with you, East is really West and West is really East. This is why the Eastern Stars call themselves, the women of the Masonry call themselves the Eastern Star, because they know that America is true East.
Everything's in reverse.
But now you really about to get me on something else, because I know that most people ain't gonna understand that. Because
Well, that's a part 2 or 3.
You must go north is south and south is north. Because see, if heat rises, then you will have more tropical places up north. But if the cold falls, then Florida and everything below it would be cold.
Come on now. I've been saying it all along. We just read, man. Come on now. So Chicago is at the bottom, and Florida is at the top.
Correct.
Because heat rises. So true north is south. This is what they say in Islam. True north is south.
So what ritual was this? What is this situation?
That was over in Giza. And that was on November 1st. Now go to the next image, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And you remember, I said every time you see an H, it means a reversal. So you see 3 H's on one side and 3 H's on the other, right?
1, 2, 3, yes.
And now the lights in the middle are shaped like the letter what? The V. Egypt of the West. But you know, I hear you, Chief Mac, but it's still telling you that we're reversing energies. Because when you take the upright pyramid and the inverted pyramid, and you put one on top of the other, they form the shape of the diamond. And the diamond is the wealth. That's why when they talk about the diamond state, they talking about Arkansas, as in God's promise and God's word that he's going to restore you to Area 51, because Arkansas is area code 501 as in Area 51. And if you think about the Ark of the Covenant, as in Noah's Ark was 51 feet tall and 510 feet long. That was Area 51. And when you think of Noah's Ark, is N-A, as in Noah's Ark. N is 14, A is 1. So you 141. You transitioning from white supremacy to the king. That's all it means. God's covenant is going to restore you back to being kings. And your land.
My old stomping ground, Arkansas, Mississippi.
Come on, man.
New Orleans, man. That's all my people.
Come on, man.
My old stomping ground.
And the nickname is the boot. That's the boot. Louisiana, Arkansas. That's the boot.
True Mississippi.
Washington Moors.
So that was. Somebody had asked me, is it true? Is it real that the Washington Empress won $85 quadrillion when she took the United States Incorporated to court? Well, I know some people that went with her. They all said, yes, it's real. She
won the judgment. The only thing about a judgment, you got to collect on that judgment. But if the land is already yours, then, you know, it's some technical things that have to happen, right? And it's just a matter of the people rising saying, it's time for y'all to go, right? And that's what the whole deportation thing is about. That's why the troops are back here. You have to remember now, 400 years. But you remember I also said 46 means transition in power. So technically, since COVID began, it was 400 years from 1619 to 2019. And then you add 6
Okay.
more years, that's 2025. So that's 406, 406, 46, meaning transition in power. Now, the troops didn't come until August 21st, but they put us in captivity on August the 20th of 1619, and then the 400 years is over 2019 on August 20th, and then on August 20th of this year, that was the end of the 406 years transition in power, and then the troops start coming in. That's when he sent in the troops on the 21st.
This is amazing, guys. So expect something. This is a very pivotal week right here. So just be expecting something to probably go down. This is a very pivotal week, but it's a miracle. December is a miracle month. 2025. It's a miracle month. Something amazing will happen for a lot of us. So just be prepared. I like to say
Correct.
that Brother Bey, I like to say that you are going to be in that wealth transfer. It's all in the lab. It's all in the lab.
Right.
I wanted to bring up. Go ahead.
No, go
Go ahead.
say what you're gonna say. I didn't mean
Well,
to interrupt.
I wanted to read that letter by the Pope, but I wait.
Oh,
Go
please
ahead.
do, please do. That's so important.
Okay, here we go. Leo the 14th said, on this first day of my visit to Lebanon, one of 2 countries that I am visiting on the first apostolic voyage in my pontificate, I happily wish many blessings upon all the people of Lebanon, praying that peace will reign. Leo PP the 14th, November the 30th, 2025.
Correct.
What is the significance of that letter? It says, why is he visiting? I don't know why he's visiting Lebanon, but y'all might want to look at that country.
Well, I'm going to tell you now. You ready?
Okay. Yes, I'm
Now,
ready.
if you look at the flag of Lebanon, the flag of Lebanon is like a pine tree.
Okay.
Okay. So it's then
I know where you're going.
There you go. So it's about the land, right? It's about the land. That's why the Pope was shown pouring the water into the potted tree. You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lebanon that he's talking about is Lebanon of the East, but there's a Lebanon of the West. Guess where that is?
In Indiana, and I posted that last month, going from Indianapolis, Indiana, you have a Lebanon, Indiana, and you have a Morocco, Indiana, right there next to each other. Don't play with me.
But Chief Mac, guess what you also got?
Go ahead,
Lebanon, Tennessee.
No doubt.
Wow.
This is the land, like we just said.
This is the land. And if you look at the flag for Lebanon, Tennessee, it's damn near identical to that of Lebanon over there.
Because this is the land and we are the
This
Egyptians.
is the land.
That's probably why I'm so connected to my, I wear the Egyptian necklaces and the jewelry and, the adornment on my hair and then on my head. Because it resonates with me. I know that I'm Egyptian.
I got those colors. Those colors for the.
Oh, come on.
Those rubies.
We know who we are.
The Cherokee. When I call myself chief, I say that because I'm speaking my inheritance, my wealth of who I know I am. I've been resurrected spiritually to speak the truth to the people, and this is the land. And so I don't have no. I love those who love me. I don't have a problem with nobody. If you got a problem with me, then you got an issue with me. But I know who we are. This is the land. I know it, and it's just beautiful to come to understand that America is true East. This is the Holy Land. The Mississippi River is that Euphrates Nile River. We have the original Cairo, not Cairo, Egypt, Cairo, Illinois. We have the original Memphis, not Memphis, Gars, it's Memphis, Tennessee. This is the land, and we are those people of the book. So we are the people that should be adorned. We are the people that should be loved. We are the people that really should be admired by all the other nations, because it said that there's a time coming where the nations will come to us and cleave to us and ask for forgiveness, because that's a force and an energy coming to this earth that's going to bring fear to people's heart.
Hmm.
Y'all better get on it.
So
I
he
agree.
went to Lebanon and he declared peace, and here he is watering the plant,
Yes,
the tree of life.
the tree of life.
Now, what did you say about that tree of life?
Well, we're going from the period of death is over with. So it's now everlasting life.
Come on. Mm,
So that all cap stuff got to end.
mm.
All
Corporation,
that,
corporate.
because see, the all caps puts you into a dead status.
Mm-mm.
See, think about this. When you have that social security number,
Yes.
they taught us how to put dashes in between the numbers because that's how they taught us. But we
Right.
didn't know that we were actually putting minus signs between them numbers because that was a debt. But see, when you have some money coming back to you, like if you file an insurance claim, they say put in your social security number without the dash.
Without the dashes.
Because you got a claim and money is coming back to you.
That speaks of the dash speaks a language. With the dashes, it's minus. With two of them in that, you take one out, and they give you a TIN number. When you take them all out, that's connected to your estate.
Come on, brother.
I just know a little something, man. I just know a little something.
Right on, right on. But see, you see how that goes?
Yes.
And they taught you how to do this stuff from grammar school on up. Right? They wanted to make sure you learn how to write that name in all capital letters. They wanted you to write everything. When you had to learn how to format a letter, put everything on the left-hand side because they didn't want you to be righteous.
Because you're spelling, now you're casting spells to yourself through the English language.
That's it.
Spell.
Right? And the only thing that was on the right-hand side on the letter was the day. It wasn't D-A-Y, it was D-E-Y. And that was on the upper right-hand side. Because the day is righteous.
Why do we read from left to right? They say we used to read from right to left.
Because everything is reversed. That's part of the spell.
So what you just saying that your education don't mean a hill of beans because they have taught you in an inverted way. Your education don't mean nothing over here in 5D.
The reason why you have that square cap when you have the cap and gown, the square represents that matrix. And it just shows you how many levels of indoctrination that you got in the matrix.
What are you trying to say? Because I got a PhD.
So they said that indoctrinated, baby.
He said, "No, listen, hey, listen.
I'm a PhD.
Listen, so funny. So they got their master's degree.
Right. But see, now you're talking on that level about the boule, because most of the people in the boule were doctors and lawyers, right?
True.
And they were gatekeepers to keep you from knowing how to rise.
So they have joined these boys and girls club to ensure that they get the perks to hide out the hidden hand from being discovered. So they give them tricklets, and then they put them in the high positions so that they can indoctrinate other young men and women. And you send your children to these colleges for them to be turned inside out and upside down.
That's it.
Do you know what they said to us when we graduated with our doctorate, our PhD? As we cross the podium, we cross the stage. Welcome to the 1%.
Right.
But now we're gonna cross the new. Now we are going to be the true 1%ers without any indoctrination.
Right.
Without selling our souls and crawling through darkness on glass and praying to AD. We don't have to do that no more.
And I went to the vice president of student affairs, who was a brother at the time. He married an East Indian woman. I thought that was interesting because I haven't seen that many of us marry East Indians. But I said, this was at the university that I was working for and where I got my PhD. I said, you've hired a lot of, Black people. You've made sure that a lot of them made it once they got their PhD, and I made it. I got my PhD. So, I got my PhD in student affairs so I can become a dean. I graduated at the top of my class. I got honors on my dissertation, my research honors, and my comprehensive exams. I'm ready to go. Can you hire me? He said, I know who you are. I know who you are.
Wow.
I watched you. I said, how you know who I am? He said, I know certain people. I know who you are, Dr. Pruitt. I'm glad you made it to doctor, but I won't be hiring you today.
Wow.
I said, well, why not? You hired this person, that person, this person was a friend of mine, that person was a mentor, and they went from $40,000, $50,000 a year to $90,000 and $100,000 overnight by becoming vice presidents and presidents of certain departments. I'm tired of being a little lowly counselor and a coordinator, what do you call it? Coordinator of programs. And he said, no, you need to, stay in your lane. Maybe you can be a public speaker, get on a speaking circuit. And so I went and talked to some of my very close friends who were actually, they had been hired to take on higher positions. And I was like, they was like, that's BS. That's BS. And they were mad. No, and he should have hired you, but I'm going to tell you why not. And I'm not supposed to say this. I said, why? I said, because you are not a part of the Black Greek society. And I was like, that's how you get hired?
Yeah.
I said, well, maybe I should go ahead and pledge, at the graduate level. I don't want to do it at the undergrad level because I think I'm cute and I don't want nobody to beat me up. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to get hazed and I don't want to sleep with a bunch of men. Maybe I do it at the graduate level where I can just write. They said, no. These were people that were in Black Greek societies. There was some brothers. They pulled me aside. They said, absolutely not. You are not allowed to join any Black Greek fraternity. And I was like, what? You are not allowed. They said, you don't want to be like anybody. You don't want to try to get on their program. They need to be getting on your program. So do whatever you got to do. Start your own business, whatever you got to do, but do not join a Black Greek society.
Well, you know the name of my fraternity?
What's that?
Me, Phi, Me.
He set him up. And you know what the brothers were saying to you in the long run, Dr. Kier?
What's that?
That you're way worthy to be ran a train on.
See?
They have enough respect for you to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm sorry.
And I watch all these people go bypass me, and I don't like to say, I'm a victim or say they're being racist or they're being separatist. I just said, well, I'm going to have to do whatever I have to do. But then I did watch them become vice presidents, presidents of universities. These are us, brown people. And I was like, how? I was like, there really is something. And then I had a best friend who the president of a HBCU, historically Black college university, tell my best friend, you didn't make it because he said the same thing. You didn't join. You should have joined. If you had joined, then you'd be one of us. Because my friend blew the whistle on some of them that were doing bad things to the young men there. So a lot of these HBCUs, unfortunately, do things to the young men, the ones that are kind of impressionable, because their decision-making, the part of their brain that deals with decision-making none of ours matures until the age of 25. This is scientific.
Your chronological mental state is not quite there yet.
So some of these men were convinced to do certain things for grades. They would have these special programs for our Black men on some of these HBCUs, because a lot of these are Freemasons at the top, presidents, vice presidents, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Freemasons, because there may be some that are honorable, but some of them do rituals. So they would invite the Black men, or so-called men classified as Black, to conferences, et cetera, and make them think they're going to have their own room. And then when they get there, they end up being in a room with some of these administrators of universities. And they were forced to do something.
I've seen it. And I'll tell you something. That's why I never pledge Alpha, Omega, Kappa, or Sigma. And each one of them tried to recruit me like crazy. And I was at Morehouse. And no way, Jose. I said, that was an all-male school, and they had a lot of whatever over there. Yeah. And I wasn't down with that program. I said, no, my door open one way, and I'm going to keep it that way. I'm going to keep it that way.
No doubt.
And and that's unfortunately because some of those things happen to our young men and even our young women. A lot of them live a so-called alternative lifestyle, and that's why it's so important that we not shut them out. We want to show them love and extend grace, because a lot of them were bothered and touched, and so once that opens up, it becomes hard to leave those sensations that you receive at a young age.
It's
So
a
we want to be
spiritual thing.
mindful.
It
Say
opens
again.
you up to a spiritual world. When you go down that Pandora box and you allow it to happen, that's a door that's hard to close. And this is what
Mm,
they open you up into a secret, into something that you do that you wouldn't want nobody to know about. You sworn to secrecy on these things. So, hey, to
mm,
each his own, but it's
mm.
just something that the creator didn't allow me to even think about doing. I had thought about being a captain because I thought I was cute back then. I had a little 29-inch waist, cute and curly hair, muscles everywhere. I'm gonna be a captain. Them guys around there twirling sticks, man. They really want to twirl somebody else's stick, so I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it.
You wrong.
Man, it's too late for this.
I'm
It's funny,
so
man.
pretty. Some of them really are pretty. I ain't gonna lie. They
Too
handsome.
pretty, man.
I can't do it, man.
He on Monday night.
That man silly.
Hey, man, thank you for that laugh. That was good. That was
Oh,
so
good.
funny.
Yeah, when you go through the back door of somebody, you are opening up portals.
Yeah.
You really
Correct.
are, and that could be a dangerous thing. Even if it's a man doing it to a woman, you're opening up portals. And this is one of the things that they do in rituals for MK Ultra programming and mind control. They penetrate you through the back door and open up these portals. And then, in order to deal with that pain as a child, people develop multiple personalities,
Wow, man.
because they can't deal with the trauma. And so when you have multiple personalities in different areas of your brain that's opening up, then they can program you easily. They can give
Yeah.
you secrets and disseminate information to you, and then send you on a mission to deliver a message, or send you on a mission to unalive somebody, like they did the guy in DC to unalive those National Guard, because all they have to do once they open up those areas of your brain, they give you a message, then you become that alternative ego or that alternative person, and you're not yourself when you act out.
Brother Bey, Dr. Kim,
Yes, sir.
and I want and make a mental note of this. I want to talk about this.
Okay.
That this is happening in our families where we have uncles and cousins touching on
Thank you.
their little one. We got to talk about that. I want to talk about that.
Thank you,
And
T.
I'm fortunate enough to say I'm all grateful that I have never this never happened to me. But I've known so many families in
So
Gary,
many.
Indiana, where fathers have had children, babies with their daughters. Uncles are touching on their nieces. Aunties are sleeping with their nephews. Moms are sleeping with their sons. I want to bring it out. And this is why we are messed up as a people, because this is happening and nobody wants to talk about it. And they're trying to hide it. I want to do a talk on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been thinking about that, and I was like, no, I don't want to get in that subject, but we have to talk about it because, one of the reasons why some of our women are so promiscuous, and, a lot of people are talking about this in a podcast. Oh, you got a high body count. You've been with that man and that man, but we're not talking about the issue where a lot of these young women were girls at one point that were actually raped and taken advantage of by family members.
Yeah.
And
Yes, in the black
it got them messed up and confused.
Yes. And boys. And now you have grown men who can't talk about it because you say they can't cry, you call them a sissy, you call them names, but they're suffering in silence because there was a father, a uncle, a cousin, a friend, a boyfriend that penetrated him at a young age. And we're blaming the women, which I understand. We have to take accountability as women for not letting a lot of men come through our households. But when are we going to address the men that have taken advantage of single mothers, taken advantage of the situation that they didn't have a covering, needed a place to stay, maybe married them, maybe didn't, and messed up their children? When are we going to deal with the men who have messed up so many children in the Black community? 1 in 3 women are molested, 1 in 5 boys. That's why we're crazy, because we're hurting, we're suffering, and we've been taken advantage of. The men have to deal with the men and correct them. Now, women are acting unseemly. We're loud, we're crass, we're promiscuous because of the programming. We had government benefits, yes, and all that. And we've said, I'm woman, hear me roar. But a lot of us are traumatized. A lot of us need to heal, and we need the men to address the men that have taken advantage of us since we were little girls and ran through these boys.
A lot of
Who
these
are
people, and we have a lot of these people on social media who anything would trigger them. They seem to be copacetic in their thinking. They seem to be cool, but something can trigger these people. These people are off center. I mean, a lot of these people are masking around like they're healed and they're not healed. And then they'll
Yeah.
connect with you, and it always takes something to trigger them to turn on you or betray you because they haven't healed. We all have gone through things, and I'm glad that I don't have those issues. I've been touched on. I thank my mom and dad for protect. I don't have issues with somebody coming on and touching me like that, because that's why a lot of men attack women and are off center, because that little boy is still in that grown, strong body. And these men are wild, cussing women out because they don't
Yeah.
respect the women because they've been touched on by their aunt. So you see a guy that don't
Mm,
have a problem yelling at the woman, hitting the woman, and cursing out the
mm.
woman and not protecting the woman, it's because they don't have any respect for women, because there was a woman in their life that disrespected them by touching on them.
That's so important. I'm glad you said that. That's so important
Yeah,
to highlight. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So we
So,
got to
and vice
heal.
versa. Yeah,
We got to heal the community. We got to heal ourselves and heal the community. And we have to stop. We're loud when it comes to, being telling our business, and we're loud when it comes to, cussing each other out and being disrespectful and talking about how many people we slept with. And there was a time period when women were getting on social media talking about they going to de-riding workshops so they can learn how to ride a penis or ride a phallus. And they were loud about it and happy about it. Crazy to me. You on a D carousel and you up here bragging about it and showing motions of how you riding on social media. Where's the discretion? Where's the
yeah.
honor, and where's the integrity? But when it comes to righteousness, when it comes to standing up for our children, when it comes to protecting the children, when it comes to standing beside our men and building something and supporting them and cooking for them and cleaning for them, I'm just going to keep it real, and honoring them and getting on their program, then we want to be quiet. And we want to say that's slavery. So you could go to work 40 hours to 60 hours a week, deal with traffic, get up early morning, deal with traffic, go to work to do whatever that man says and build up his wealth. And that's okay. But to be home, taking care of your king, your husband, your provider and protector, even if he's not providing 100%. Because some of us women come with a whole bunch of debt, student loan debt, 2, 3, 4, 5 children, baby daddies, ex-husbands, all this debt, all this trauma. And then we want to say, I want a man that takes care of me 100%. Well, you got 4 kids by 4 different men. Why you want him to? I'm sorry, I didn't went off on the
But
tangent.
you know what? And I told a woman this before too. I said, you got too many penises in your life that can control the household.
That's true.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Man, you said a mouthful.
You got too many that can control this household. That means any one of these men can say, well, hey man, you better not talk back to my son. You better not do this. Wait a minute, this is my house, and you're gonna tell me what I can and can't do in my house? So why are you gonna hook up with somebody like that?
And I know somebody who was trying to date this person, and this person got 2 different baby daddies, and they really wanted this guy, but that guy made an executive decision to say, you know what, you got too many. I got my own children to who I don't hardly even see like I need to, and you think you're gonna trap me into being with you and giving your children more attention than I'm halfway even not even giving my children.
Yeah.
And so we got women that are career women. They got their PhDs and so forth, and
I'm a
they got,
PhD.
yeah. But I'm just saying, well, not you, but I'm saying these are women.
No. I'm just saying that because that was something that women would say on
Yeah.
Kevin Samuel's show. I'm a
But
PhD.
but now men, we are getting our value back, and the men look at that women and say, you got too many. That's a chance. You might be a beautiful woman, but that's a chance. I don't want to come into something and then you got your children as a teenager, And if you got too many men that have the ability, it's something that I'm not willing to roll those dice. And then men that say, you know what? I got grown children. I would rather go out there and pick a 29 to 30-year-old or 35-year-old woman who I can learn and teach her that don't have any children and build a foundation from scratch before I go out there and deal with something like that.
And I
Men
honor
have that,
that.
yeah.
Mhm.
Men have that. Men, the new men who are going to be wealthy today, they have that option.
Mm.
But don't base a relationship on material things. Don't base a relationship on sex. Don't base a relationship on looks. Base a relationship on a connection, a true, genuine connection with that woman and with that man, and then you can build something. You can build wealth. You can wealth doesn't always equate to money, but
That's
it
true.
Yeah,
can.
true, true. And brother Bay, she can't be cross-eyed in that. Come on now.
Oh hell no!
You can't be
But
what?
we right on that. She's
She
hey
can't,
hey hey
can't talk
hey
about
hey.
that. It's not based on looks. She
hey
can't be cross-eyed. She got to
Oh,
be able to look me straight in the face.
she's
Come on,
back.
man. Come
You
on now,
got to
brother
talk
Bay.
like
Come on
Akeem
now.
from Coming to America. No, I do want her to have a firm backside. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
and he talking about it's not so much on look. I said, when my lady look at me, she better look at me, not at the wall. Talking about it's not on looks, man. She got to look me straight in the face, man, and not that
I've
way.
seen that too, and that wasn't too cool. So
y'all need help.
no, you do want something that's going to still be
I got you.
appeasing to the eye,
Yeah, I got
but it
you.
can't be solely based on that one thing.
Hmm.
She can't be hard to look at, man. Come on now.
Hmm. Absolutely. Hit them up, family. Hit them up. Let us know that you appreciate this live. And I just want to see the family get back together because I think you all know
Yeah.
my story, how my husband and I were separated and we even divorced, and we tried to make amends later on down the line, but a lot of the damage was done by living in separate households. And then when my husband, God rest his soul, started another family, then I wanted to get back with him. But I couldn't expect him to leave his family. That's crazy.
Wow.
But then I came to my right mind and I'm like, no. So what? So y'all know my story where I talked to him and his companion. I was like, okay, we need to bring this family together. I'm gonna have to change my mind about how I see this. We're gonna be one family, is one dynasty. You guys have expanded our empire. Now we have all of our children together was 11. And it was just more love to go around. We're gonna help each other. We took care of him until he passed. She got sick and I would help, and her children took care of her. Then he came back home and our children and I took care of him until he closed his eyes. But my point in saying all that is oftentimes it's best to stay with the person you made the children with.
That need to be you need to do you need to do a whole segment on it.
But I just said no longer than maybe 30, 40 minutes ago, it takes a village to raise a child.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you decided to stay because that was your village.
It was my village. That was my village. And my mother-in-law had raised me and she knew that my husband and I loved each other as children. So she in the church helped put us together. And because we grew up together, she was able to put her values in me and make me the wife fit for her son. I think that's beautiful. And his aunties, his uncles, his brothers, his sister, they saw that we loved each other and they were like, y'all, are fit for each other. And they made sure that basically it was hard for me to even love somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I was fit. They shaped me and made me for him. I don't have a problem with that. And you can even call it an arranged marriage because once they saw we liked each other, they were like, y'all gonna get married. And we were kids and we
But
were
you know
teenagers. I
what?
got married at 18.
We need to get back to that because, like I said, I have a daughter, and now
Mm-hmm,
that you may have a grandchild or a child,
mm-hmm,
a lot of
mm-hmm,
us that's experienced this wealth transfer, well, we're going to be a community, and we know that we're raising our child up and people productive. I don't want my child just go out there marrying some random guy whose parents taught them how to have a religious mindset, still trapped into 3D mentality like that. We're going to have to come together, and that's the whole point of why I am putting this event together so that we can network amongst each other. And our
Yes,
children
family,
will get
this
to
is
know.
live right now. This is live. And yes, excuse me, Chief. And you know, forgive me, ladies. I know we're women of a certain age, so we're not virgins, you know, and we've had our experiences, but my grandson, I desire to marry a virgin. I was a virgin when I got married, and I see the difference in my mentality versus the women, you know, who didn't have people to make sure they were chaste women. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having sex before marriage, but I was taught not to do that. And I married my children's father, and I had all my children by him. God bless women that, you know, have, you know, beautiful expansion of different, you know, genetic pool. I think that's amazing. But I desire for my grandson to marry a virgin, and that's what I'm teaching him. I desire for my granddaughter to remain a virgin, which is why I keep her very close to me. And I told her today, I'm preparing you to be a wife. She's like, a wife? I'm a kid, mommy, you know. But yes, I'm preparing you to be a wife. You can do hair and all these other things you desire, but I'm keeping you chaste. I'm keeping you whole. I'm keeping you close. You're not going away to college, because as a college professional, I know what goes on. I know that the women are, you know, become, you know, prey for all the horny men and young and boys and professors. I desire for my granddaughter to stay chaste, and I desire for my grandsons to marry chaste women. That's just how it is, you know.
Mm-mm-mm.
So, and I'm already speaking to people in the Morris community. Like, I know you got a son, I know you got a daughter. You know, I'm keeping her holy for you. I'm keeping my grandson, you know, his body as much as we can, and we're keeping them holy. We're making sure that they learn about precious metals, wealth, generational wealth, multi-generational wealth. They know about trust. My grandchildren did a presentation to the Soul Tribe, to our private group today, about precious metals and wealth and etc. Because I believe in arranged marriage. I do. Arranged marriages work. You hear people saying, "Oh, I don't," you know, they're enslaved. And if you talk to a lot of people and don't listen to the propaganda on television that were arranged in their marriages, they grew to love their people that they were put together with, because the families put them together. I'm not telling everybody else what to do. I'm saying, as a community, we indigenous people need to start taking control of our young people's future. And I yield the
Yeah.
floor. I yield the floor.
Well, I'm done. This is a powerful and impactful line with you and Brother Bey. I'm done. I'm gonna get my beauty rest,
Okay.
take me a shower, and I'm quite sure there will be a part 2 and 3 to
Yes,
Brother
sir.
Bey. Brother Bey, you and I would talk. Dr. Kid's gonna give you my number. I got a offering for you as well. And it's just a beautiful time to be alive, man. I'm excited, man.
Me
Beautiful
too.
time. Thank you for joining us, Chief. If you all want to contact Chief Mack for a consultation or for a trust, then you can contact him via email. Let's see, Unity in
Area
Motion,
51.
Unity in Motion 45 at yahoo.com. Hit the like button coming in. Our moderator said they're unsubscribing people and the numbers are dropping, but that's okay. We're
Wow.
going to keep moving. Contact him at Unity Emotion. That's Chief Matt 45 at yahoo.com. If you desire to support Brother Bey, who's been here dropping jewels, then please send him a cash app at, what is it? They're not letting me put that up. $. What is your cash app again?
$ all rights reserved.
Dollar
All
sign, all right,
lowercase.
all lowercase, or contact him at DeJourLaw33 at gmail.com. Thank you, family. You've heard from master teacher, master scholar in more science and other things, numerology, astrology, astronomy, just a phenomenal man. That is none other than Brother Bey. And you've heard from Chief Mack, the chief of the Soul Tribe, as well as Dr. Kia Pruitt. It's now, we have 1,111 people in the chat. I trust that I trust that we've said something to raise your vibrations and inspire you to create the most amazing, magnificent life that you desire and deserve. And also thank you for all of you that sent me a gift at $ Mama Kia 13. Peace, family. Good night. Rest well. Safe travels in your dreams.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Peace. Peace.
You're welcome. Thank you, family. Peace.
Peace.
Peace. And having said that, family, we are going to go out with our song. And I'm going to have to probably call the chief to say goodnight and tell him thank you again.
Guiding others to free themselves. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. From currencies to investments divine, she's helping her tribe to realign with wisdom, ancient and new, showing what we all can do. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia lights the way to a new and brighter day.
Good night, Soul Tribe. I love you. Rest well. And I'll see you tomorrow in the rising. Bye-bye. Yes, this show was amazing, and it was amazing because of you. We love you all so much. Thank you. Creator bless you. Good night.